Ahoy, landlubbers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking, and welcome back to Quern. It's Saturday, April the 27th, 2024. Should have been easier to call that to mind. I've been dealing with files on my computer and looking at the date for the past hour. Yeah, Quern time. So, if you weren't here last week for some reason, we had quite the Quern. I have such mixed feelings about this game. Its vibe is immaculate, which is very Gen Z talk for me, but it nails what I think it's going for, which is just like sort of a modern interpretation of the aesthetic of the worlds of Myst. It does that perfectly. The puzzles for me have been a little bit more hit or miss. I like the idea behind a lot of them, but I have found that a fairly high percentage of them do something I strongly dislike in puzzles, which is to like force you to go through the motions after demonstrating you understand the puzzle. The one from the end of last week's stream, I think, is maybe the strongest example of this, where like there was, I mean, we can even go into the game and look at this. I don't know, it'll be slightly more interesting than watching me bob my head around on big screen. But hi everyone, hello. This is working, right? Yeah, I can't remember what I tested anymore, because I keep doing stuff right before the stream. That's probably not a good idea, but I'm not gonna get it done any other time. Except this week. I'm really gonna try to get that thing done. Okay, Quern. Let's play Quern. Continue.
I don't
Quern.
need a map to get to Bone Town.
No one needs to leave comments, Alcadius. They're always appreciated. I think they help the algorithm find people on YouTube. Mostly it's just nice that, like, I put more effort than I would like into uploading the videos in a pretty timely manner. And so it's just nice that, like, someone actually watches them. We got, like, a good number of hits on Raincoat and, like, no further engagement. And I think it's the Eternal Sonata thing of, like, people play that game and they're like, oh yeah, Raincoat, and then they see that I hate it and they're like, oh no. Although, to be clear, I don't hate Eternal Sonata, I just think I love it, but understand that it is objectively garbage. Turning the audio up, because I don't know if that's the cable or the room being quiet. So, this is where we left off last time. We spent like 2.5 hours or something insane trying to solve this puzzle. The way this works is it started off as upward arrow, and we found a thing in this room that like assigned numbers in like a cipher language to each one of the stone things, and we had to sort of intuit a relatively solvable series of basically, like, you use this to limit what buttons to press, and then you use the fact that the arrow is going up to tell you that you need to do, like, numbers in ascending value. And then when you solve that, this stone wall reveals, like, prison bars. And then the wheel turns over, and then you have to, like... there's so many steps to the process. The point I'm trying to make, going off of what I started saying earlier before we switched over to game screen, is that, like... in my mind, and this may be particular to me because it's kind of an extension of like a big like pet peeve of mine, which is like, if you're having a conversation with someone and like you slightly misspeak because you're talking rapidly, or you're sort of balancing subjects or something like that, and like the meaning behind what you say is obvious, I feel like everyone should just be like, oh yeah, like obviously I understand what you mean, and like I'm not gonna interrupt you or make fun of you for just like misspeaking. We're humans, and we just like move on with our lives. Like the meaning is there, the intent is clear, we just move on. And I feel like I apply the same concept to the way that I enjoy puzzle games. Is like, I love solving the idea of the puzzle. This game has in a few instances decided that like, even once you've demonstrated you understand the puzzle, you must do something very tedious. So like, the wheel turns upside down, I'm then supposed to intuit that, like, oh, that means that I go on to this other clue, which isn't extremely clear. It's clear enough to direct me to a certain place on the island. And I went over there and, like, then struggled a bit, don't get me wrong. Like, some of that was definitely on me. I have come to hate the lighthouse, I'll say that. But, like, then it gives us a clue, and then I have to do something else to that clue to apply it. Like, there's just so many steps to the thing, but it's like, it's still like map invisible numbers onto buttons. We've already done it. Like, if we wanted to bring this back like later in the game as a separate puzzle, I think it would almost be easier to understand by just taking it from like a fresh angle. But like having it happen right away and having so many steps, like it just felt like, rather than it being about the concept of solving the wheel puzzle, it was just about busy work. And I kind of feel the same way. There was like a plate earlier that has like a stack of buttons on it, and like you hold up your blue torch to reveal a secret thing, and you like press, it looks like something to me where you're gonna press like 4 or 5 buttons in sequence, and they want you to press like 15 or something. It's just outrageous. And like, again, like the idea there is cool, but they're just like, no, it's not about solving the mystery, it's about doing your homework. And like it undercuts some of the joy that this game presents with its cool style and it's pretty well thought out puzzles. It takes them to a level that makes them stop being fun for me. So like I have these mixed feelings. I didn't want to interrupt my rant because like when I do that, we tend to be here for hours, and this game already does that. But thank you. I don't know why all the bits are happening. Thank you, Cotillion and Demolition and everyone. Also hello to Sarah. Nico says, all I really truly know about this game is that you hate music puzzles. If this is the first time you've learned that, I'm surprised. I feel like you've been here long enough to know that about me. I do have to say that doing the music puzzle I did not enjoy in this game, which has it has very little to do with the way the music puzzle is actually implemented in this game, and more to do with the fact that I can't comprehend music notation at all. It kind of makes me want to brute force my way through Myst and finally beat that, because I've just never, like, every time I beat like 90% of that game, and then I get held up by the piano puzzle, and I just like, I don't like food anymore. But like, so that's sort of a recap of the last thing we did, although the very last thing we did was this. This cylinder will help us go a new place, which sounds very exciting, but when we pick it up, this door closes, and it's Frown Town. So we left the end of the stream with me sort of going through some motions to demonstrate what I think we have to do next, which is, well, we'll just do the same thing again. Choo-choo. Are we up to... I mean, we are on Hype Train. Don't we need 3 people for that? Who snuck in here? Maybe not? I don't know. It's fine. Thank you, everyone. Shout at me if you want the shout-out or something. Because says, I knew you didn't like them, but this game taught me that you really genuinely hated them. You know what? That is fair. Most of the ones that we've had to do live on... Like, I kind of avoid them when I can. Most of the ones I had to do on stream, like, weren't nearly as challenging as this one. Like, this one was just sort of like, no, for real, I simply want you to understand music notation. I'm like, that's so rude. Why would you do that to me in front of my salad and all my friends? So this room I have stated multiple times that I hate, largely because I haven't really understood what was going on. And between the context of that room and the most puzzle solving I do in the game of Quern is in like the 15 minutes after I turn Quern off, which tells me that I would probably be enjoying this game more if I'd play it for 2 hours and then stop playing it. But that's not how the live stream works, so that's probably not changing the math at all. But like, yeah, what are the controls in this game? Oh god, I have 1,000 inventory items, I forgot this. So, I have this bucket, I've had it for a little while, didn't know what to do with it. It slots into this mystery dump crank, and we got sand here, which like, you can't scoop into the bucket, but I thought about it, and I did test this. Let me, bring it up. This is the spoon that we use to, like, get all the ingredients for the potion. Sand. You can scoop it with spoon. Doesn't feel efficient at all, but you can do it. Demolition says, also when I pulled up a guide, it clinically made sense, but intuitively did not when viewing this from the perspective of a player and not a designer. Yes, I, like, truly, like, I've struggled with a few of the puzzles, and I think there's, like, varying degrees of, like, me missing clues, or not intuiting something obvious. I still kind of maintain the potion thing from last time was like not amazingly clear. I know Kale said that they watch a lot of Quern streams, and I'm like the only person who's ever gotten stuck there. I think that's entirely valid, and I still maintain that like it's a valid thing to get hung up on, because they literally, as part of the immediate prior puzzle, they give you a juicing machine, and then they're like, you need berry juice, and I'm like, yeah, you gave me a machine for that. Like, to me, it feels very intuitive to use the juicing machine to get the juice. But no, I use a new machine for that, and to me, that just wasn't clear. Oh, the headphones. Why? Okay, so. We got this bucket here. What I think this is going to be a multi-step process. Can I have this back? So, to reiterate for maybe anyone just joining us or distracted by my talk of trying to justify my own stupidity, and I do want to try something here later, but that's a later thing. Because we now know how to make the red quartz into torch. Oh, headphone cable, no. Oh, headphone cable, why are you... I really need to just buy a new cable, even though I know it's going to be equally garbage to this. If it lasts me like 4 weeks, it'll be worth it. Give me a minute. This is so much fun for everyone, including just everyone. Everyone loves this. I'm not even putting up the script. Just talk amongst yourselves. What's your favorite Fanta? No one knows. No one drinks Fanta. Oh, the worst. I hate this thing so much. I hate it so much. I hate it as much as I hate the stone wheel puzzle. I forgot there was a purple Fanta. I assume that's grape. I don't think I've seen it in like a store or at like a soft drink fountain. So I haven't tried it, but that could be good. I think honestly I've only ever had red, which is certainly the first one I would try out of all of them. Red is strawberry, I think. It certainly tastes like red, because that's how American Fanta works. They have pineapple? What color is pineapple? Wait, there is like a yellow one, right? Is that pineapple? Thank you again for the hype train. There's a red Fanta near me? Yeah, it's at the soda fountain at the Jack in the Box that used to be near the CBS outdoor advertising office that I worked as a receptionist / temp at. And it was like the only thing within like 1,000 miles. And so I would like walk there. It was like right down the street, but there was like nothing else anywhere around. So I'd go there for lunch for a while. And after going there for a while, I was like, what is the red Fanta like? And it's good, but it's also horrible. It's like clearly horrible for you. It's just like paste. I don't know why Quern is like extra disagreeable with the headphone cable. It literally doesn't make sense. Okay, so where was I going? Right. So back in that cave where we started, there's let's go in here. I think it's easier to demonstrate than walk all the way back. We got this little shack. It has this weird, like, steam train engine situation. And, like, you put these little pistons in here, and then it like, more of these runes glow, and they open up, like, locked doors. Use pistons to open doors. So, there's, like, a pressure plate, essentially, that knows if we've been bad or good, and whether we've taken the next piston we need from the pressure plate. So we need to Indiana Jones this and get something that weighs the same as it. So that's what we're gonna do with the sand room, presumably. It's actually fascinating and new information to me that, like, Fanta colors are potentially regional? I'm exaggerating partially for comedic effect, Neko, but, like, the truth of the matter is that red Fanta is the stickiest beverage I've ever drank, and so I equate it to, like, powerful adhesive. Because, like, I've definitely had, you know, juice and certain other things just like have a stickiness to them because maybe they have like sugar or something in them. But like you don't feel it when you drink it the same way you do with a Fanta. So we got ourselves a little weighing station. So first, that's what a piston weighs. Let me get my sand spoon. A 1, a 2, a 3, 4. I think that's it, right? Zoom in is this one. So, 1 piston is 4 sands, and I don't think that's the end of this. If the weird war flashback that triggered in my head when thinking about this is correct. So 1 cylinder equals 4 sand. Now, I don't... Oh, okay, I can spoon it back out. This is efficient. So it should be empty now? Great. Give me this back. So I'm gonna have to fill bucket with sand. So I need the total weight of bucket and sand in bucket to be 4 spoons of sand. So how many spoons of sand is bucket itself? Looks like 1. So then I need to fill the sand bucket with 3 spoons. Weird that this, I think, has to go there for this to work, but sure, we'll go with that. So let me get 1 out of here. Two, 3. Seems weird that this bucket would weigh 1 scoop of sand. But I'm not here to question anything other than why the designers hate me so much. Dushin says, looking here kind of reinforces my feelings about the game's color palette washed out being so draining. Do you just mean the nature of that room and it being hard to distinguish some of the elements of, like, the actual mechanism there? Because I think there's definitely some validity to that. I don't know that I would blame it exclusively on the color palette, because I think the color palette of the world is fine. It evokes a specific thing, and I think it's doing what it's going for. I think it's more a matter of when something's important, those things need to have focus on them. I know that people are super mad about, like, yellow paint pointing to places you can climb up in video games and stuff like that. But, like, it clearly serves a purpose. And I know I'm a little off track, but I wanted to point this out. Because, like, on that note, sometime last week, we found a way to come around to the other side of this door, which has been available to us for a while. And apparently, you could just open it from this side and walk through as a shortcut. But, like, when this door was closed, it was, like, practically enveloped in shadow. And, like, I couldn't see, like, an obvious door handle there. And it didn't look like from the other side that there was a door handle at all. So I wasn't, like, looking for it when I came there. So, like, those things I would like to be more emphasized. They're not exactly deal breakers, but I think they'd be, like, a big quality of life upgrade, to be honest. Echo says, I like games to let me jump freely. I don't like going more than 2 seconds without jumping. Good news. Bad news is that I have to put my cylinder back because it opens this cave, and I didn't think about that. I kind of forgot there was a jump button until last week when I kept pressing it accidentally while trying to back out of looking at something in my inventory because I had to keep going back and forth between the invisible numbers page and the stone wheel, and it was a bad time. Alright, oh, I was already on it. For some reason, it is really easy for me to scroll past stuff in this game. Turn them on, please. Great. Now let's get that bucket handy and hope that math was correct, because I didn't spend as much time on it as I thought I would have to. Nico's response to that demonstration was Game of the Year. Nice. Good. Now this is open again. And we can use the sand that Alcadius hates because it's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. Understandable take, I think. Let me see if we did the math. Hey, look at us go. We solved the puzzle and it didn't take 2.5 hours.
Who are you that wanders this world uninvited?
Vasco.
Another explorer?
Yes.
What are you seeking? Power?
The One Piece?
Immortality?
No, wait, a red
Are
phantom.
you just a fool, looking for salvation?
That one. You got it in one.
You can't simply enjoy the power of Quern, not without consequences.
But can I simply walk into Mordor?
The same way you came here, for your own sake.
Well, I sort of figured that was going to happen eventually. Do you happen to know where the green crystal is? Friend or foe? Listen, I know she's talking hostile to me, but so far there's 2 entities in this game, and one of them is clearly a villain, and it's not her. She may also hate me, but, like, do not trust that scientist for 10 seconds. You're correct, Alcadius. One Piece is the name of the treasure on the Grand Line. Sarah suggests we seek a way out, which is actually a great point. We did literally just do that. It wasn't as involved as like cooking a steak to get a combination to a safe or something, and then like using dry ice and a bottle of water to break a lock on a freezer door while we're talking about Ice 9. Anyone? Bueller? 9 persons, 9 hours, 9 doors. I still don't know why when you put a piston on this thing, it shows a symbol that I don't know what to do with it yet. So everything but gear is unlocked now. I don't remember where potion bottle symbol was, but I know that one of the symbols is this rock that's been shut off for a dog's age. But before I go in this obviously exciting new place, let me go back to a place I spent a bunch of time before and see if this does anything, which I'm guessing it doesn't, but it might. Torch stand. Fire torch. Yeah, kind of sensed that, but still, kind of had to do it. How do I, oh, just like anything else? Got it. Okay. Let's get the blue torch out. It's kind of annoying to look at, but if we're going in a new place, maybe someone wrote a clue down that I wouldn't find normally. The mines. Ooh. I don't know what that did. I really do hate looking at the blue light. Oh, you could put crystals in that hole. It could also be a hat. Acadia says his dungeon master has them interacting with pirates to find a monster that lives in a place called the Grand Line and keeps saying it's not One Piece inspired. Why would you call it the Grand Line if it wasn't One Piece inspired? That's insane. The children crave the mines. That has to be from something, Sarah. What is it from? Oh, good. I think this is like a Super Nintendo controller layout. What's the sketch button? Got an achievement. I think that's for sketching a bunch. Can I read this? The ancient gateways. The ancient gateways are the links between the worlds of the world chain. Even though these passageway entrances, I was really confused as to why that word wasn't pluralized. Even though these passageway entrances are part of our world since time immemorial, our knowledge of them is very limited. As the material of these portals is literally invulnerable, sampling them and determining their age has been impossible so far. The mystery of the gateways serves as the cradle of many different religions around the world chain, according to the teachings of the Bakunists. Now, come on, you want me to take that word seriously? The journey between two portals is a step towards the liberation of the soul. That's also funny to me for zero escape reasons. These people gave up their past to become lifelong travelers, blues travelers. Many believe that the gateways are divine gifts and they worship these monuments as the shrines of their gods. Some groups are covering their portals with flowers and fruits of their worlds as a celebration, though several cultist tribes around the Lashan line believe that human blood must be offered to their gods and use the gateways as their sacrificial altars. But they already served their own purpose. What? That feels weird. A prominent theory states that the gateways are devices built by a technologically advanced, long-extinct ancient civilization. Yes, we too have watched Stargate SG-1, as they serve as the very pillars of the interworld communication, the most important passages of the Empire's trade routes. The gateways are essential elements of all civilized worlds. Okay, our footnote. Bakun was a spiritual guru who started the Bakunist pilgrimage. That it just sounds like such a joke word. He mysteriously disappeared in a passage between two ancient gateways at the age of 109. Sarah says this is from some kind of propaganda meme using Minecraft. That tracks. Children crave the mines, much as plants crave electrolytes. Frostpunk 2 can't come out soon enough. Is that, like, definitely happening? I wasn't aware of that. That's cool. Frostpunk was a cool game. Should I be concerned that this thing is kind of reflecting my awful blue torchlight? Okay, well, I'm gonna guess that my Super NES controller somehow factors into this. Looks like I get 5 guesses, or there's like a 5 input combination. And we have the gauge that tracks productivity of the mines, I presume. And this probably makes a gateway over this inexplicable drop to your doom, right at the start of the cave. So then this is... Okay, but there's also, like, this widget? I don't know what that... Oh. It used up one of my white boxes. Okay, I think I understand now. Partially. So I assume that I'm trying to hit maybe like full bar or good amount of green. And it's something about min-maxing this. I mean, it doesn't give an indication that one of these pluses or minuses is worth more than the other, but just for the sake of argument, this is one of the pluses. Green. Wait, oh, okay, it's coming from green. That feels unintuitive, so that means that I probably want to hit that line between yellow and red, which is fine, not how I was expecting that to go, but sure. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that if I turn this sucker to other plus and hit that button again, it is not going to do exactly what I want. And if you overdo it, then you immediately get set back to start. Okay, great. That tracks, that makes sense. This is more misty than some of the puzzles thus far. So how much does just top... No, wait, top is minus? How did I do that? So then, okay. Then that may have been a faulty interpretation because top is minus. That could have just been a more minus than the amount of plus there. That'd be an awful lot of minus, to be clear. That was a big plus. So then, like a second one of these? Alright, and then probably, like, this amount of minus? And then this amount of plus? Obviously, this goes over. Does that explode something? Not entirely clear. Okay. Here's a weird thought. Let's do big plus and small plus. And then maybe like big minus? How much minus is that? What? I was going for this one. What? Okay. And then... small plus? This doesn't feel like this could be right. I mean, obviously this is wrong. Which puzzles are Brock and Ashy? Hey! That was a fun surprise at the grocery store today. The one that is home to all the Squishmallows that now live here. They just suddenly had large-sized Pokemon Squishmallows, which was very surprising to me for some reason. I didn't get them because I prefer the Pikachu and Teddiursa-sized ones as opposed to the big ones. The other ones were more like the Togepi that I got, which is bigger than I wanted it to be. But also, I'm really waiting. So I think it's now confirmed officially that the next two they're doing are Dragonite and Marill. And they both look good, but I gotta have that Dragonite. It's so dopey. It's perfect. It's like just perfect. You know, maybe the stone wheel puzzle is Brocky, both because it's on a bunch of rocks and because he's the master of rock-hard Pokemon, and also because he has his eyes closed at all times, and so they didn't bother to write the numbers on. I feel like that's a pretty good justification for that being a Brock puzzle. Ash will have to think about. It feels like there's some pretty straightforward implementation of this. I just need to figure out exactly what we want. So, okay, let's try something. What if we just do 2 big green? It doesn't quite bonk it out, right? That feels relevant. So then what if I did, like, big minus, little plus, little plus? No. But what if we did little plus, little minus? Oh, I think little minus is too big for that, right? Huh. So yeah, automatically resets fully if you ever max out the red gauge, which is helpful to know. I don't think I get another input here, but I'm gonna have this on little plus just in case. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work. Says she'd probably love a Marill Squishmallow, and she remembers adopting a Marill from a charity shop years ago. She felt sad that it was left in the shop window. So, not that long ago, I like finally dropped cable, and I promise this is a related story, as weird as it sounds. And I had to go to like some weird place up in Burbank to have like a local location to drop it off at. I don't want to ship that thing. I don't trust those people to just like acknowledge that they got it. They've goofed me around in the past. But like as I was walking back to my car, I noticed that like only from the direction of the weird store, on a street I've been on many times before, there's like a little candy shop whose window is filled with Pokemon toys I've never seen before. And I didn't go in because I knew I would buy something. They had a very big Squirtle. I was like, I can't look at it because I'll buy it, and I don't know where I'd put it. Maybe that'll be like the last thing I do before I move. It's like go to that store, buy a big Squirtle, and be like, I'm gonna figure it out when I got space. Okay. Let's try to be a little more methodical, maybe. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. So save to delete this. Little plus is almost 5 big marks. Reset this way because I want to gauge from the bottom. It will be easier to tell what's going on. So big plus is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7. It's almost 7 big marks. Let's do little minus. Started here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's mine. So little minus is about 5 big marks. What intersection is this asking for a friend? Was there a store name? I'm honest to God not sure if that store has a name. It's just a weird window on like the wrong side of the building. So there's that movie theater row in Burbank. Used to have that burger place we liked. There's like an ice cream shop at the top of the hill, and if you go like to the other side of the building around the back, there's like a window filled with Pokemon. I should not have told you this, because now the Squirtle is just going to show up at some time. Assuming it's still there. Maybe that's the out. And now I need much big. I mean, I just need this to reset. Okay. So like big, and now we set this to big minus, and we're currently at 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh yeah, this is 7. So 14 is correct. So, I shifted it to big minus, right? That should be big minus. So now we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So big minus is equal to big plus? That feels extremely weird. That seems wrong. I mean, it would explain how when I input that originally, it did just like zero out. What would be the purpose of such a thing? You looked up the barrel squishmallow echo? It's pretty good. It's no Dragonite. They're doing some pretty good picks. Obviously, they could use a Squirtle. Maybe a Eevee. I don't know if Eevee would look especially good in squishmallow form. It wouldn't look bad, mind you. I don't know if it would lend itself as well as some others. Okay, so let's think about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So target is... $11. And I can only go in increments of... Wait, they're all plus or minus 5 or 7? I didn't clock that before. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so target is 11, which means 12, 13, 14. So 15 is the limit. If you hit 15, it resets. So then... to get like minus 3? It's 5 moves, which seems like a weird number. But because they're like the same increments, it doesn't feel like this is supposed to be as tricky as it feels like. So like 7, 7 would be 14. Minus 5 would be 9. Minus 5 would be 4. Plus 7 would be 11. So plus 7, minus 5, plus 7. This wasn't here before, right? Maybe now is a time to flip that switch I mentioned earlier? That'll do, pig. Flying through puzzles. Hey, I just found a letter. I wonder who it's from.
This is the exact place where I achieved the breakthrough.
I don't like this guy.
After hundreds of failed attempts, I finally managed to create a much more efficient energy source, capable of providing
There's a new color of
large
Fanta.
amount of power constantly. This white luminous mineral is the compressed and purified version of the natural, locally common, reddish-orange colored energy crystal. To be able to cast specific machine parts, I developed a procedure to liquefy this new crystalline material. I thought that a discovery of this magnitude could change the subject of my whole research, even the meaning of my presence here. I was right.
What a dingus this guy is. AMC, the opposite side of that center alley. That's mostly true. You would... I could clarify this further. This is a trap. I'm gonna assume that this lever undoes the bridge in some fashion, which I probably don't want. Nope, no idea what that did. Oh, wait. Is that open? I honestly don't know if that was open. So we got ourselves... What? Something to demonstrate the interaction of red and white crystal. Oh no, it's just this is indicating a difference in power level. So... Yeah, the thing here is connecting to get power from this. The orange one did a little bit, the white one does like more than twice as much or something like that. That's my takeaway. Okay, some sort of trap I must break or what is this? Oh, I have to make my own... I have to... I must construct my own piston to open the gear door, I think. What's going on over here? I don't know. Does that gear I got before also slot into this thing? Maybe? It's kind of the correct shape. So like this. Maybe not. I can't put this directly on here. Or maybe I could put it on... No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I can pick this up, and so I... Okay, wait. Now I can't pick it up? Just gonna take it. Just gonna take that. Bop. Nope, don't know what that does either. Great. Tony the Tiger. So wait, is this... Yeah, okay, that's where I thought that was. Interesting that it is locked with the T symbol on both sides. Make your own piston. Yeah, I mean, it can't be any more complicated than building a bear. And that just requires a workshop at, like, any mall. It's, like, super replaceable. Not, like, 1,000% sure what all's going on here. Just more... Oh, yeah, just... So this is... Orange thing is powering this one, it's going slow. White one's powering this, it's going fast. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Alright, that's pretty easy to miss. Love that for me. Although I have a button for this, right? I'm not using it. Now I am. Yeah, this is this is our next 2-hour puzzle, I think. All right, so there was another thing we could check. Not like 1,000,000% sure what I did with that lever. We're not going to worry about it and hope that everything is fine and nothing is ruined. Also, no, that did do what I wanted. That connected the bridge dabber. Where was the last thing that hadn't opened? The one in here already had open. I remember because we went here and it gave us up-down combinations. We had to sketch and go do another thing. Where was there a locked thingy, dude? I think it was... It's like in some building. This last one corresponds to some kind of cabinet thing, if I remember. Which, to be honest, I don't. Still don't think I've done anything of value here other than learn the use of the fire crystal. And that has not changed. This is a gear door, correct? Yes, it is. There is thing upstairs, up that ladder over there we haven't done yet. I don't immediately feel like any of my new items change that, so I'm not going there right away. Of course, to be entirely honest, don't really know what I expect to solve that. I don't think any of my new stuff does this either. Okay. Going back over to Alchemy Island. Really hate this little divot. Understand its purpose. Still makes me mad. Ah, lovely. Back with the music puzzles and the taxis potion and just all that good stuff. This is not Rafiq's favorite part of the island, if we're being honest. So, like, this thing was already open, and frankly, I was reflecting on this after last week's stream too, that, like, did anything in this cabinet matter? Yet? Because we only ended up needing, like, red potion. And this obviously was open because it's the thing that makes the potion. Where was that last thing? Oh, boy. Ah, jeez. It's wandering time. Mastodon, saber-toothed tiger, pterodactyl, triceratops, tyrannosaurus, dragonzord. Where on the face of Quern is that last locked cabinet? These pretzels making me thirsty. I'm just saying things now, because I don't know what to do. Shouldn't be on the outer let's look at the map. This won't help. So, we just checked the gardens and Crossing Island and Alchemy Lab. Oh no, it is an Alchemy Lab. Dang it! I just remembered where it is. Well, I'm glad I looked at the map, I guess. No, I gotta go the other. Is there a run button? There's not a run button. There's a lurch button. If you press left control stick, you do this nauseating thing. Everyone loving this? Woo! It's the world's lamest flash step, or whatever that anime trope is called. This thing, this opened. It's glass of liquid smile. Wait, oh, that's not a bottle attached to it. It looked like it was. See, this is far from the worst example, but like, this is just another one of those Quern things where I'm like, why do you put like a bottle that looks like it's attached to this so it would just fill with liquid? You could put anything there that doesn't look like it's a container to catch the thing. You wanted to love it, but it's not good for your eyes. Well, I appreciate the effort there, Neko. I think I can only use vial for this. And my vial is currently filled with, like, horrible fruit potion. So let's just get rid of that. Get ourselves... Oh, we, No, wait, is that not filling? Hold on. Oh, I can't... I need... Oh, hold on. Hold. I need something that looks like this? Yeah. Alright. Well, I got some of that now. That's cool. That will help me make a piston. Is there a white Fanta? Would it be like mystery flavored Fanta, like mystery Airheads? Mystery Airheads are a lot more fun than they should be. I do not like the concept of mystery flavor, but I do love me mystery flavored Airhead. Part of that has to do with, I'm sure, the fact that all Airheads are just like the most ludicrously intensely sweet version of candy fruit flavor. I think white would be cream soda. That's an interesting thought. I mean, the others are all ostensibly fruit, though, right? Alright, I'm back here, and I don't know what I'm doing. I think this might be that thing Demolition alluded to earlier, is like, I'm literally looking at the walkthrough, and I don't know. I mean... Ooh, coconut. Not exactly fruit, but that sounds pretty valid nonetheless. Mayonnaise. That's not... At that point, that's not even Fanta. That's just like the Coca-Cola company bottling mayonnaise. No, I appreciate that, Kale. You are like a model puzzle game viewer. I don't know if anyone's ever said this before or cared, but like... I have seen pretty much the entire spectrum of people who like can't help themselves but immediately try to spoil everything, and people who, even if the streamer could totally use help and is willing to accept it, would not do it. You ride the line perfectly. Love it. Love your energy. Thank you for being here. Japan had a white grape Fanta. You all are making stuff up. I'm enjoying it nonetheless, but that's fiction. Hey, Kale, I encourage you to place your bets now as to how ungodly long it'll take me to get to the end of this road. Overestimate, though, if you have to cut one way or the other. We're gonna be here a minute. I think it had yogurt in it. You're definitely making this up, Sarah. Now, I'm concerned that when this started, there was like a thing, one of these bronze circles was sitting on the table, and this thing like pours in that direction. Is it possible that I've fail-stated myself somehow? On that note, even though this would not solve that particular problem, let's do a save here, I guess, just to avoid a future fail state in case we haven't already hit one. 30 minutes, wow. That feels so optimistic. I love it. And this is from someone who's oh, wait a minute. These have like... No. Wait, do these do something? Oh, they do have button. Kind of just thought... This kind of feels like those flow valve puzzles I actually like quite a lot. But I don't know how to, like... I don't know how to, like, do it. Not entirely sure what part of this system is keeping this from opening. It doesn't seem like there's an obvious lock. Maybe it just doesn't want to open because it's not filled with goo or something. Not fail stated myself. Appreciate it. That's helpful insight. The save stands. Okay, how about this? Well, I already kind of had one press that we were, like, touching, and it didn't do anything. Like, obviously we gotta do something to the system before it does something. Helpful observation, I know. Make a different noise? Wait, what's in there? Is it like a cork or something? I think it looks vaguely like a cork, but I don't think it's a cork. It's making noises. I don't know what they mean. It says there's one flavor of an unrelated product I often think about. We have these fried maize snacks in the UK called Monster Munch. The most popular flavor is pickled onion. They also have cheese and spicy. During my childhood, some lunatic released vanilla ice cream flavored Monster Munch. As weird as that sounds, I feel like pickled onion is way more offensive, but I'm super biased in that. One of the weirdest, like, flavor products I ever had was apple pie Snapple, which my friend and I got on, like, a lark, basically as a meme, and we tried it and we're like, wow, not only is that actually good, which it has no right being, but it specifically tastes not like apple, but it actually tastes like apple pie. They managed to strike some balance of, like, cinnamon and some other ingredient that give the essence of, like, pie crust. It was fascinating. I've really never experienced anything like that since. Though I did try mint soda that one time, and I don't recommend. It's even more like toothpaste than you might think. It's like trying to do something. I don't feel like I have enough context to, like, know what it's trying to do. Alright, I'm gonna do the thing I'm afraid to do. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I expected that to do. Let's go get some more coconut Fanta. Pickled onion is the vilest thing mankind's ever created. It's up there. It's gotta be up there. There's no quick way to eat a Reese's, huh? I'm not gonna lurch. The lurching is awful. I assume if you, like, hold control on PC or something that works, but do I have a run button? Controller mapping. There's a run. Just sprint. No, hold on. Oh, I see. I was, like, pressing it and it immediately lurched, which made me think it wouldn't do a normal sprint. But if you stomach the initial lurch and just continue to hold it down, it will sprint. It's not great to look at either, but I think it's legitimately better. I think in my head, I'm used to, like, most modern games, if you, like, click stick once in on, like, a console controller, it will, like, engage the sprint until you stop moving. I think I probably did that subconsciously, to be honest with you. The sprint is upsetting. It's definitely also bad. I feel like I was clear on that. I do think it's better. I don't know that that justifies using it more. You have Sprint, but what about Verizon and T-Mobile? It's a good question. Does Dr. Quern hear me now? Good. Do you think that there is a combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell on this island? Harkening back to more dated references and yesterday's discussion. I hate this part of the song that dips really dramatically suddenly because it makes me think that the audio cable is failing even when it's not. Not my favorite. Let's go back to the... Yeah, I feel confident we're at that thing Demolition had alluded to. It's possible... Like, one of the unfortunate things about a game like this, which, to Myst's credit, I think Myst did a pretty strong job of avoiding inventory puzzles that felt like they should be solvable in, like, more obvious... Like, just combining stuff in your inventory, because that game didn't really do that either. But, like, I have, like, a couple of components that look like they could build, like, the shell of a piston, and it's like, do I have to go to a specific place and put one down and plug the other one in or something? So how would I, like... I'm concerned this is just gonna be another, like, user interface thing where, like, I just don't even have a chance to, like, understand the concept because, like, I don't know what it's, like, asking me to do. Huh. I don't really... Oh, wait a minute. This thing needs... like a cable card with, like, a widget on it? This is the one that brings this up. I don't think it's this. Whoop. This... I mean, this is so clearly part of a piston, right? And what's annoying is, like, this kind of is shaped like that. It'd be really funny if tipping this over caused it to, like, lose the liquid. It'd be funny in a really horrible way, but it would be funny. Yeah, I mean, like, clearly, like, this is top of piston, this is bottom of piston, and we fill it with white goo, and we do something with the machine to, like, make, like a symbol or something to tie in with that thing from before. I don't think this is gonna solve anything. Let me, got really disoriented there. Let me go back through here and over to the piston room. I think this is slightly quicker. I am concerned about the fact that it seems possible to undo the bridge, which makes it feel like it's necessary to undo the bridge, and it's not obvious why I would want to do that. So I will probably not think to do that when I need to, or something. So, like, yeah, these are clearly filled with coconut Fanta. This can't possibly be right, but, like, can I just, like, pour it in here? It's weird that it will let me plug that in. Oh, wait a minute. Is that... like, actual relevant... Okay, wait. Hold on. Problem. Can't pick that up ever again. Well, that's what we in the industry call a whoopsie-daisy. Well, I guess that's supposed to live there and it's fine, because otherwise we found that fail state I was looking for earlier. Not how I saw that going, to be honest with you. Jeez. I feel like I'm still just shy of having the context for, like, what to do with this. I feel like it very well could be involved with what we're looking at in that other room, but I still don't exactly know what we're doing in that room. It also definitely feels like... No, I guess it can't be the case that we're supposed to solve that room by removing one of these while going in there, because that door will be closed from either side. It's so weird that that works that way. There actually is a Fanta cream soda? That's genuinely very confusing to me. Fast travel? So, like, I'm missing whatever it is that plugs into that, which feels like an obvious problem to start with. I feel like this isn't on. I don't know. What can I do to this place that would cause the, like, cream dumping machine to, like, do anything I want that's relevant? It also has, like, nubs on the edge of it. It's kind of weird that I can do that. Oh, I hate it here. Something should just not exist. That's definitely true. I would argue that one of those things is the 6th musical note vase thing. Alright, I'm gonna go over to the ladder, not because I actually have some insight to what to do there, but because it's one of the only open-ended things that comes to mind, and I keep looking at this machine and gaining no new information. I need insight, and one of the best ways to gain insight is to leave and come back. I know that's tedious. It's just regrettably true. What about the 7th hit fake hideout base? That better not be a thing. I mean, it can't hurt us now because we have in fact solved that puzzle as much as one can. Again, part of the problem with up here is I just, like, legitimately don't think I understand what is needed here. It may simply be that I need to send power up here, so looking at this any amount currently, like, doesn't help. Which does literally feel like it's the case, but it's just, it feels odd as well. We can come up here. I mean, it's probably the case that, like, I flip some Frankenstein switch, and this thing glows some color, and then it's unlocked, and I can play roulette and do something. I mean, I think this is attached to, I don't know, one of the gear rooms. So it's probably a place I haven't been in, and there's something that, like, sends power up here, or something like that. Ah, jeez. I don't know what to do in that room that Demolition says he doesn't understand. Oh, that's interesting. Demolition says, my issue with Fanta is they have the perfect marketing opportunity with Fanta Claus, and yet refuse to use it. Yeah, it does appear that this is the building that those cables are connected to, which is a gear lock, which is the thing that I need to solve the current puzzle to do. And as far as I'm immediately aware, I don't have any other outstanding puzzles that I have pieces to. The only other thing that really comes to mind is that, like, torch lock, and we already tried all of our colors of torches, including red. There's something that I am strongly disliking about... I don't know how to articulate this. I guess what it is that I don't love that this is set up so that I can, like, put the material that I need in this thing. I can, like, correctly ascertain what that is and how to get it and how to bring it here. And I can put it in the machine and press a button and it dumps it out without providing me any insight as to, like, what the correct thing to do is. Like, I'm largely okay with the setback of it, like, dumping it on the ground as if I'm an idiot, if that informs me in some meaningful way of what I should do better next time. That's the thing I'm not totally digging here, if I could be honest with you. Because, like, some part of me just wants to, like, keep pressing the button, and I mean, like, nothing new is happening. Just up, and then donk, and then up, and then I think turn at some point toward the end there. Because Never mind. The Fanta cream soda re-released exclusively in Texas in 2020 as a way to encourage people to visit. This wiki page has been a roller coaster of emotions. I'm so glad that I've provided something for chat to do while I am currently, well, here, for lack of a better way to describe this. I mean, like, it's just, and I feel reasonably confident that this room contains the next thing to do. There are 3 stations, more or less, in here that feel like they are potentially productive, so I'm not, like, 100% certain which one or ones of them is involved in that process of next thing. What is frustrating, once again, is that I look at this and it's just not clear to me what it needs or what it would like for me to do next. Either one of those seems like it would be information that would point me in the right direction. Okay, hold on a second. It's so short. It's so hard to tell. Like, I'm trying to get a sense of if I'm seeing something move or getting a sense of what's reacting to this. It's just, whatever it is, I would just really like for it to be more obvious. Like, this is the kind of thing that has been frustrating in this game, is like, I'm all for solving the puzzle, but a number of times I've gotten stuck not on a puzzle, but on figuring out how to start engaging with a puzzle. And like, that to me is not favorite, because I came here to like solve puzzles and do creative thinking and things along those lines. And so like, it's frustrating to get hung up like before the puzzle even starts. And like once or twice, it feels like that could be on me for sure. The regularity with which it happens really has me thinking that like it's not really my time. Like, because I don't know what the switch does, it's hard for me to even get a sense of what the buttons do or what the sliding thing does. Like, there's all these elements, and like, because I don't know what my starting point is, it's hard for me to know what I'm supposed to engage with next, or what the machine is lacking, or what the next, just like what it wants, like what the end game is. Like, there's a bunch of cool widgets that make for a machine, but no part of it seems to interact in a way that tells me anything. I don't think, like, the only thing that moves here is that one switch, right? Feels like, if anything, that wants to be on white. So I got 4 buttons, a switch, a sliding lever, and this. Like, again, I don't mind that this thing is locked. I would love if looking at it would give me a sense of the end goal, or give me a sense of what would unlock it. Because I have reached a point where I feel somewhat certain we may have a potential interface thing, I will accept a hint of some description for just to get me started, because we've blown our transaxle once again and we're just grinding metal, and I don't mind spending a lot of time on a puzzle, but I'm trying to get better about getting a sense of when I'm not actually in the puzzle, and I feel like that's where I am now, and I don't want to just have us all sit here because of that. Wait a minute. Now I can't pick this up again. What has changed? What's the distinction? That's very confusing to me. So, I mean, from, like, a standpoint of, like, real-world functionality, you slide one of the handles into this thing, and that's the part of the mechanism that rotates it, I think. I should be able to pick it back up. I mean... I can't, though. Is the thing. Like, normally you'll see, like, use pop up, or, like, pick up, but... as you can see... that is not appearing here currently. Which means the only way... well, yeah, I can dump it first, but, like, in the past I've been able to remove it without dumping it. At least a couple of times. I think at least one other time it's also done this, but the sort of question is, like, what has changed and is that relevant? But also, it's just, like, obnoxious... okay, alright, okay, hold on. I gotta go fill this back up. God, I hate this headphone cable. Again, I feel like if your puzzle is structured in such a way that you can very easily dump this thing out, I would love for the source of the material that I need to be like... it doesn't have to be right next to it, but like if it was, for example, in that lab with the underground staircase, the crystal lab, like that wouldn't be that far to go. It annoys me that I have to go, like, not quite as far away as possible, but like pretty far away. Give me this. So... I probably am wrong. But watching it do that one more time and thinking about it a little makes me think... the idea is I set that thing in there, and then I put something on top of it, and then that will create enough of a seal that it will just dump into that thing, and then Bob will finally be my uncle. Now, I don't know what I expect my Uncle Bob to get me for Christmas, but it's gotta be better than just staring at some buttons with no insight. And so we will play the game of what can we put on top of it, if anything, and I don't feel confident that this will get us there, but we'll try it nonetheless. So first thought is gear. I suppose it could be top half. See, it's full and I just picked it back up. You see where that sends me a confusing message, right? Because then it feels like I've changed the system in such a way that something relevant has happened, but what's actually happening is that I'm unintentionally and unwillingly debugging the game. So, do you want top part? Yeah, it must be a bug, I feel. This is not an extremely compelling way to test this. I don't know. I guess this is the easiest way to do this because it shuffles what's in the active slot in my inventory. Guess we could go rub my blue torch on things to see if there's a secret message that I'm missing. Okay, well, we've tried literally everything and made no progress, so that's disheartening. I'm gonna try something that doesn't make any sense to me, which is to plug this in here, because it's the closest thing I have to something that feels like it's shaped for this slot. And since that didn't work, let's rub all of my inventory items on this. Can't even tell that I'm doing it. Yep, okay, we've done all of those. Nothing goes in the slot. That's not surprising. Blue light. Blue light. Blue light. Blue light. Blue light. Blue light. The claw. What are we doing? Yep, still no idea what that does. Just tried pressing the button and slotting the arrow to shortest to tallest, I think. I don't know, I guess these ends are kind of the same height. Doesn't feel like that was doing anything, though. I don't know what this switch does. Hey, Dem, are you still in chat? Let's wander. Can you tell me anything that will... If the next step is part of a puzzle, do you have something that will nudge me towards it? If what we're currently doing isn't even a puzzle at all, tell me what the next thing to do is. There's not a lot that feels like it is currently undone that I have the means to do anything with. But it's increasingly feeling like I also don't have the means to do that. So then what would I do? I don't think I've, like, left an item anywhere that would help me do anything in particular. I can close this? No, this feels like a low-grade bug. Probably shouldn't still be a hotspot if I can't pick it up again. Table with the Ancient Gateways book. We're gonna make the bridge. Rotates the lever. Smaller ones. So we did. That's essentially the last thing we did. We read the Gateway book. We did the rotating thing. We lowered the bridge. We crossed the bridge. Then there's some machinery whose purpose I don't understand, and none of what I've thought to do has advanced it. Hey, Jacob, welcome to the stream. Also, Jason to you as well. I slouching. Free Taco Bell. How'd you swing that, Jakey? Get the battery case and letter. I think we've done that. We picked up two things that are probably the battery case. We got the letter. Top or bottom was here, and top or bottom was over here. It's this, and also this, and to perhaps a lesser extent, this, that I don't understand. And I believe that one or some combination of these things is the next thing to do, but I don't... Something to do with this? I, like, hold the torch up to the big crystal? Does it somehow change its properties? Find a device with a button. Place the battery mold in it. Press the button to get the battery core. Oh, sorry. There's only a way to turn your... Oh, if only there was a... Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. So... Thank you for that, Kale. In fairness to me, this is a magical crystal that I have no real-world context to know that I should bake it to do anything with it. I can understand how that might be obvious to someone, because we haven't done anything with the oven. That is fair. But, like, I don't think it's obvious to me that that is, like, a step that I need to do to this process. Because, again, the machine looks like it's meant to pour it into something else. Let's give it all the achievements. I somehow encountered I left it in that room, didn't I? No, it's here. Okay. I somehow encountered the fact that there's like an achievement for solving one of the puzzles in the game. The one that like you press a certain sequence of buttons to like open the basement staircase. If you just like don't turn on the crystal that like lights up the wall of clues and you just put in the right buttons, there's an achievement for that. And I'm like, on principle, that makes me mad. Because like that's an achievement that you have like no hope of getting the first time and like doesn't actually demonstrate any command of the game like on a replay. It's basically just encouraging you to like soft cheat, which is like fine. I just don't know why you get an achievement for that. So then, do you mean to tell me that the whole purpose of this device is to just like pour out this thing I could do using gravity at any location? Hey, Vo Pixie, it's been a minute. How's it going? I have hands, right? This feels silly to me. This honestly feels quite silly to me. All right, let's go back to the chamber. See, like, again, to me, this strikes me just like the berry squishing machine of, like, they just think that I know what they're thinking, but, like, I have no way of knowing that the core of these piston things isn't liquid. Like, that's just not what I thought we were doing. Like, if I understood that, that would have been super obvious, but, like, I just didn't get that sense from anything we've seen. So now we, because this is locked here, so now we just, like, put the coconut in the lime, I suppose. Colored schema-wise. I'm actually kind of surprised that that opens the gear door. I still don't know what this is for. I thought we had to solve that to make that happen. Alright, it's gear o'clock, baby! Been busy, happy to stop by. Well, I'm happy to see you, Vo Pixie. I hope it's good busy and not, like, bad busy. Great. Love this for me. Big improvement to accessibility of the world. Let's go try the other one. Luckily, 2 doors open from plugging in a gear battery. Not promising. Yep, gonna go ahead and call that not promising. Okay, so... since we're here, I guess the next thing we could do is try to go up and see if opening that door is somehow running power to this mystery machine. I think that's unlikely. It may actually be more likely than the only other thing that comes to mind, which is that somehow the machines in that cave are now being powered in a way that doesn't make any sense to me. Hey, look at that. It's orange or whatever. Now, the issue here, this may be a viable trial and error type of thing. We know what we're doing. Oh, dear. Oh. I kind of understand. Oh. Okay. So that's all fine and good. What's this do? It opens a door when I've solved the rest of it. Maybe. Oh, there's more layers to this than I thought there were. Got it. Maybe. Did the center have its own? I feel like the center had its own. No. Okay. Well, because the outer one has multiple things that can move it, the center one has to be the one that locks in on this page, because that's the only one that does that. So now I have to... And then... Wait. Oh, great. I have to figure out what the offset is. Bleh. I don't want to do that. I just did that. It was unpleasant. Is this just a matter of doing this multiple times? What's going on in there? Machines and stuff. I'm already feeling impatient enough that I want to try brute forcing this before I figure out the distinction. I turn, cause, I think this is set up. I don't feel like there's like a particularly clever way to do this. This is a very, like, Ribbon-style puzzle, I feel. It's kind of just, yeah, this is doing nothing because the way I'm doing this is just grinding metal. Yeah, this hurts my brain too, Jakey. I came here for this. I signed up for it. Oh, God. There's gotta be some way to conceptualize this that makes it make more sense than just planning it. So what I'm trying to do, which I don't think I've done a very good job of communicating, is it appears to me as though the left and right sides indicate the two doors of the gear house that we're trying to get into. And there's like sort of open slots there. And I think what we're trying to do is to like line up these sort of like rusted things. They're like the opening in the colored rings when they're lit up in this fashion. And I think we just want to line up all the like dark bits because it feels like that indicates like a channel through various doorways or something that gets us inside there. But this is set up in like kind of an inane way where this outermost ring is linked to two of the inner rings, and like none of them is completely independent of the others, which makes it like kind of annoying to position everything. Now hang on. So this is, how many rings total are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. So inner and outer. Okay. Somehow missed that. I think I was subconsciously tracking 5. Because there's just so many little widgets to look at here. So keep this way.
Picture
and
an
then
egg.
do this. No, wait. Yeah, do this one.
It's somewhat effective.
It's somewhat effective. Really, you gotta picture an egg a lot in this game. That's fair. So Now I want this one to line up the outer ring. And now there's this, which I can use to line up the inner ring. And then this is the ring that moves independently. That's actually a lot easier than it appeared in my head. There's so many things close together. I was having trouble, like, oh, wait, hang on. Wait, what does this do? This is correct, right? It lit up on that side and everything. I feel like that switch should do something. I don't know what it does. I'm gonna leave it. I hate that you move two at a time. I mean, it is the only thing that makes it a puzzle. Like, it's not even that bad of a puzzle. It genuinely hung me up just because, like, tracking which rows were lit up was, like, giving me a hard time the way it's displayed. I don't even know if that's, like, an actual, like, gripe. Like, it just, I don't know. I was struggling with that for, like, not a good reason. So, yeah, I should be able to go in here. I don't know what that means. Oh, good. So, there's two entrances and they both hurt equally. Great. What the crap am I looking at here? We got a button, got some horns. Well. Oh, no. Don't like my odds. Yeah, we're doing Simon, everyone. Oh, that's too many. That's way too many. Are you joking me? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is that escalation? It's like 3, 4, 17. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Come on with this. I don't stand a ghost of a chance doing that on this run. I wasn't expecting like 30 gosh darn notes. You joking? Stop. Yeah, no, we have to know. So here's the problem with that anime is like, I don't know if you saw that whole thing play out, but it was like literally like we did Simon with like 3 notes. Then we did Simon with like 4 or maybe 5 notes. And then that last one was like 11 or something. It was a lot. And I was like not remotely mentally prepared for that. I thought we were like scaling a little bit at a time and I could sort of track that fairly well. But then like we just reached that point of escalation. It's like not even a little bit. You gotta be joking me. 2. You forget the start of the sequence halfway through. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're meant... This is actually, like, quintessential Quern to me. Is, like, the first 2 are, like, great, I've demonstrated the concept of understanding Simon. You play me a few notes, I play him back. We're having a grand old time. And then the last one is just, like, kicking you in the teeth for no reason. It's just like, we were just playing Simon, I don't know what this is. Oh, you want me to play a bunch of wrong notes? So good. You liking this? Does it not reset? Is that the trick? I was expecting it to dump all the way down to like 0 at some point. I want to be sure of this before I commit to doing some other step. Yeah, I feel like at this point we've pressed the button enough times. Yeah, okay, so I guess we'll just press the show me button. See, the problem is like it's just like too many things to track. I don't know if it stays the same every time. If it does, it's not that hard. If it doesn't, it's like impossible. It doesn't. It's not. It's different. Like, just glancing over for a second, it's playing like 3 more notes. Like I would... Real answer, be hard on me, be mean if you need to be. Could you do this unassisted? Like, without, like, playing a clip of the stream back or, like, recording it in some way? Like, do you truly feel like you could process all that information and play it back? That seems unreasonable to me. Like, this... Use pen and paper. Like, yeah... But, like, I don't know. Something bothers me a little bit about a game that puts in a screen capture system, understanding that on some level, it would be cool if everything could be handled within the game. And then it provides this, which is just like a puzzle that I legitimately don't think a human being can do without some sort of outside means. I just like I literally like I think I like literally would have to write it down with pen and paper. Like, even like trying to use computer assistance, if I can't like have both things visually in the same direction, it's too distracting. You could with a really good memory, like an abnormally good memory. Like, I have an above average memory. Do you remember the rocket piano for Myst? I think you asked me that last week, Jakey. Or maybe 2 weeks ago, because we were doing the music puzzle. I definitely remember it, and it's like the thing in Myst I've never completed. And everything behind that. But, like, I guess this is the point I wanted to try and make earlier, and maybe this as a backdrop will help make it clearer. When I say that, like, this game does its puzzles to excess... This is sort of what I mean. Step 1 and 2? I mean, you could argue they're too easy, that's fine. But, like, you could do those, right? The game plays you a note, you play it back. Plays you a few notes, you play those back. And then this. And it's just like, in no way do I feel like this demonstrates a greater mastery of the concept of you move, I move, or whatever you want to call it. Like, there's no actual, like, intellectual benefit to making it this many steps. It seems like the only purpose to do this is to make it unpleasantly difficult to execute. And that's sort of what I was trying to say before, is like, it really is obsessed with you, like, mechanically going through an excessive number of steps in many of these cases. And furthermore, just for the record, Simon has colors too. Like, the colors help a great deal when you escalate the number of notes that you want to play. So, like, it's very much like the gripe I have with, like, the Nintendo Switch, where it doesn't color code its buttons, so that when you have things like QuickTime events, there's no assist to those. Oh yeah, no, I've already demonstrated that the pattern changes every time, Demolition. Otherwise, I could just go a few times and get the whole sequence. But, like, I did 2 in a row, and they weren't even close to similar. So it resets this pattern every time. And, like, oh, God, this is just agony, right? Like, this is the problem I have with Quern. Conceptually, Quern is great. Visually, it's great. Almost all of the puzzles do this at some point, and it's just frustrating to me. It's like, I'm not demonstrating any greater command of the concept behind the puzzle. I just have to do it to a point where I'm no longer enjoying the puzzle. It's such a weird way, in my opinion, to design these puzzles. I hate my note-taking app. It's such garbage. It used to be fine. They've changed it like 6 times in the last year, and now it's just garbage. Great. Let's use whatever. Let's use my grocery note. Got me with the pat. I mean, we're gonna try, and we're gonna have a bad time. right. I maybe got that. Let's see. 1, 4, 3, 4, 3, 5, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 5. All right, but just for the record, I didn't learn anything from that, and that wasn't fun. Hey, Ditto, welcome to the stream. Quern, how's it going? That sequence is your jam. Love it, Ditto. Appreciate the energy, especially after dealing with that. How you doing today? So this claims to have opened. Ow, my face. What, Again, so, like, Demolition had said not a fan of the washed-out color scheme of the overworld. I get that. This, to me, is the more egregious thing of, like, this strikes me more like that door that I didn't even notice had a handle that I could open to make a shortcut. I don't know what I'm looking at. I just solved my puzzle. Instead of giving me, like, some immediate satisfaction for doing that, what is this? Do I need a gear? I guess I don't, because I have one. But, like, looking at this, how do I even activate it? Just with my hand, like an ape? Just like... Just light it up. Just put lights here. Your head hurts after play Commander the last 7 hours? That is how Commander works. So... Alright, hold on. Low? You want me to close it? And then... what exactly? This is also a thing I don't love. This isn't a big deal, but like... if I'm never gonna press this button again, please remove the hitbox. Anime says, this is not taking into account that most people easily forget the start of to the middle of a sequence. Oh, yeah, this is not usable. It's an achievement for doing the puzzle on the first try. Is there an achievement for eating farts? Because the developers earn it. It's easier to see when you played. Seems to be an issue with the port. I could believe that. I don't know, like... I'm definitely fine with some amount of, like, things are a little worse in the port, but, like, I don't know. We've encountered a few glitches that seem specific to the port, and after a while, to me, it starts to feel like we just didn't, like, quality test it. And that's still gotta reflect on the people asking money for this, right? So, I don't know, man. Like, I could open this back up. Wait, can I? Nah, just kidding. I can't open this back up. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna go then and hope that on the other side of creation, there is something that activates that gear, and maybe I've just happened to do this in the correct sequence for the minimum number of steps accidentally or something. I don't know. Oh, you're playing that new Heliod deck? We're consistently combo killing than you expected. I mean, it kind of depends on how you build that, right? But, like, yeah. It's gonna happen. What did I just do? I think I just did something that didn't make any sense. My subconscious is already fried. We're like, oh my god, we're 2 hours into the stream? Quern is a sinkhole of time. Oh my god. Wait, where are you reading that from, Demolition? Demolition just quoted, you can do this on a video capture program or just use the camera on your phone. That's just like the achievement walkthrough of like how to do that in one try. So stupid. Come on, get out of here. So that's still not doing anything. I don't know if that has anything to do with the gear, but now we gotta do all this in reverse. Although, I guess everything should be... No, it will be out of sync when we have to rotate the other one. That's the issue. some reason, it's really hard for me to just, like, keep these channels correctly in mind. I don't even think that's, like, really supposed to be part of the puzzle. It keeps getting me. Oh, I did this bad. This is fine. This is a relatively clean way to do this after some goofing up and bad tries. Okay, that still doesn't work. I don't know what its deal is. Jiggy says, I went to an Eastern European grocery store, got a chocolate alpha sunflower and strawberry soda. Was it a European Fanta? This is a Fanta stream. I don't know how it happened, but yep, that's where we are. Not European Fanta. Shame. Anyway, I hope it was good. Russian soda. Hey, a letter. I wonder who it's from.
You've managed to get into the mechanics.
Barely.
Clearly, you've completed all of my previous challenges. This could mean that you are a genius.
Nah, I have the internet.
Fulfilling all of my expectations.
Nah, the internet, bro.
Truly worthy of all the
no, I can't stress this enough. The internet. It's really a big help.
Just as well be a fool.
Yes.
Considering the fact that the power of Quern literally gives you infinite time to guess the
That's more like it, champ.
all my puzzles. One way or the other, I'm sure your presence here is no mistake. Your participation in this matter is absolutely
I can't stress this enough. Definitely an idiot, not the savant.
If she were to appear to you, she would try to poison your mind with her misleading lies.
Like cake?
You must ignore her, just as I once did.
I don't think I like the notion of this diagram. Is this real life? Or is this Fanta stream? Really good question. Alright, well, I got that. Oh no. Sketch this. It's the only... Okay. This ostensibly is in my wheelhouse. Like a straightforward traditional logic puzzle. If the information is correct, presented in a way that is clear and makes sense. I'm usually quite good at those. Don't know what that is. It's not like there's any hotspots over there. Do I have something that goes in this? What would go in this? Just like a key. None of these Gearmadoos look like the thing. Got it. So, got it. This might actually potentially be more straightforward. Nope, don't sketch it. That's really stupid. Notebook. Please delete. What's the delete? What's the delete? There's a delete, isn't there? Delete. R2. Oh boy. Well, thanks for that. Really appreciate how very legible that is. Kind of undercuts the purpose of that, but sure, let's go. From number 5, number 3 is reachable with a knight's move. Off to a weird start, for sure. The sum of the numbers in the third row is 7. Well, that's 2 possibilities. 5 and 2, or 4 and 3. Number 4 stands alone in the column to the far left. Great, an actionable piece. That's always good to start with. Oh, dear. I have to do this from, like, zoom out? There's no, like, good zoom in for this? Cool. Wait, what? Just go, like, literally anywhere. I just want to put 4 over there. Alright, 4. The cheese stands alone. 4's over there. Great. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. What? kind of a clue do you think that is? Is that a JoJo's Bizarre reference? Like, just... their stand power won't work on the row below it. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. So, big numbers have to be high up, I guess? If you add up all the numbers in the fourth column, the result is 3. Well, I guess that, again, is 2 options. 3 or 1 and 2. Number 5 is the only one standing alone in both row and column. That's rough, buddy. Let me try a wild theory, because this isn't super straightforward without some deduction, I don't think. So the third row is 7. So put this here. Get this weak stuff out of here. So if 5 was far right, then it have to be like something like this. Nope, not this. This. So let's see. 5 is reachable from 3 with night move. These are just so weirdly written. But like 5, L-shape 3. That is That is confirmed. Number 4 stands alone in column on the far left. Yeah, we got that going for us. Some of the numbers in the third row is 7, 4, and 3. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row. I hate this sentence. Is awful. This is such a bad sentence. Ditto correctly ascertains that there is an equivalence between the Chi stands alone and barren glory. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. Yes, I see the problem with what I have here. Because 1 can't be this high up. It would have to be in the bottom, but I can't put it on the left because 4 is supposed to be alone. And 5 is also alone in both row and column. And something adds up to 3? Fourth column is 3. So, where does that leave us? The other major permutation of this is like... I guess it would be like... we put 3 there, that's fine, and then... No, that's not fine. You would need... Actually, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Some of the numbers in the third row is 7, but 5 is standing alone in row and column. So that does sort of mean that the third row has to contain 3 and 4, right? Because 5 can't be in the same row with 2, and that's the only other way to make 7. Alright. Just for the record, just clue number 4 can get bent and drown in a river. So one of these is like 4 is alone on far left column, 5 is alone in row and column.
Forever.
3 and 4 are in the third row. Well, also okay. Also problem with this. If we don't like traditionally, and not all these logic puzzles work this way, but traditionally when you make a puzzle like this, we have a grid and reasoning to align them. You define the axes in some way. You know, like sometimes it's like color of house and animal, like pet they possess. I don't know if you're counting up or down when you say third row. When you say like far left column, I know what that means. When you say like third row something, you get a little dicey. Yeah, we're making a graph. We're graphing sort of. But again, like many of the puzzles, we're a little soft on the clues being definitive. This game hates definitive clues and loves unnecessary repetition. The numbers in the fourth column. Result is 3. I guess... No, that wouldn't work. Yeah, it should be the case that 3 and 4 have to be here, which I guess defines that... No. No, it does, right? So 4 has to be alone in the column on the far left, but also I need the sum of the third row to be 7. And since 5 can't be in the same row or column with anything, the only way to do that is have 4 and 3 in the same row. So they have to be in the same row. I guess the distinction is that, like, the third row could either be third from the bottom or third from the top. That's the thing that's not clear. Which, again, now we're back in the stone wheel puzzle territory of, like, now instead of just trying to figure out the solution, we now have to also figure out multiple permutations of the same solution. That I would like less of from this game. Like, it should be about deducing the placement of the things, not figuring out what they mean by third row. Numbers in the fourth column. Result is 3. Fourth column. So I guess that kind of means... No. Oh, Lord. Save me. 3's kind of gotta be over there, right? Which would mean that 5's gotta go here, but then we still have the problem of... No, actually, 1 and 2 could both be in the bottom? Is there some... Oh, no, but if we do... Right, if we put that there, then this doesn't add up to... Oh, no, third... Fourth column is 3. And 4 is alone on the left. 5 is alone in row and column. Oh no, there's a lever. Oh, hold on, there's a lever. No, this still doesn't work. This is right. I was trying to recreate where I started because I felt good about that for a hot second. But the problem here is that if I move this into the third column, that no longer adds up to 3. If I move it to the first column, 4 is not alone on the left. If I move it in the the rightmost column, then 5 isn't alone in its column. So there's no way to have both of these at the bottom. Let's try this. This is odd because there would be multiple solutions if this were true. God bless America. Just go in the slot, you ding dong. Oh no, but that doesn't add up to 7. Right. Yeah, and I can't put the 1 up high because then I can't stand a number larger than me below me. Whatever psychotic lunacy, whoever wrote that. So big numbers more upgrade. I mean, the concern I have is that I just don't know what the third column is. 4's alone on the left, 5 is alone everywhere. I'm the 5 of the puzzle. Third row is 7, that has to be 3 and 4. 5 and 3 have to be within a knight's move of each other. Up all the numbers in the 4th column. 4th column. Nah, it still doesn't work. It's similar but different. I mean, I could like move this here and still have it be in night range, but we still have the problem of can't move the 1 over here because then 4 is not alone, can't move it here because 5's not alone, can't move it here because that doesn't add up to 3? 4th column is 3. We also can't put low numbers toward the top. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the number in the row below it. So 5. Anywhere on the top. I'm gonna try something that makes me mad. Four is alone in the left column. 5 is alone in column and row. Oh no, these are too close together. But if I move this here. A version of the 3rd row adds up to 7. Rightmost column is 3. No, you don't like that? I mean, as far as I could tell, that's technically correct. Again, it's just a matter of failing to label your axes. I just try pulling it again to make sure it's not user interface garbage again. It's not going. I see the rules again. Yeah, we're gonna look at the rules. Number 5 and 3 are knight shape away from each other, which is referencing chess. 2 in one direction, 3 in another. Or no, one down, 2. Yeah, 1 down, 2 over. 3 would be insane. Some of the numbers in the third row is 7. This is a rough clue because I don't know where we're counting the rows from. Number 4 stands alone in the column on the far left, so narrows that down. We also know that there's only 2 ways to make 7, so because 5, one of the clues is that 5 is the only one... Oh, wait a minute. 5 is the only one standing alone in both row and column. I mean, I feel like this meets that criteria as well, technically speaking. But, like, because 5 can't have any friends, that means that the only way to make 7 is 3 and 4. So 3 and 4 have to be in the same row together, and 4 has to be alone in its column. And then in none of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. "12 and 4 make 7? What? Yeah, I appreciate that, Demolition, but chat's gonna scroll, and also they're, like, not separated because line breaks in Twitch chat. Rough. I do appreciate the effort. I don't know if that's actually gonna do much to help. Oh, 1 and 2 and 4. Sorry, there wasn't a comma, and they were right next to each other. I thought you were saying 12 and 4 make 7. I'm like, it's not even true of Humanus, though. I'm so confused. So the problem with... Yeah, so the problem with that is the only way to have 4, 2, and 1 together in the same row to make 7 without touching 5 and still having 5 be accessible to 3 would be to have the numbers 2 and 1 below 3, and no row can stand that. No row can stand having numbers. All right, so the one thing I guess we've learned from this implementation is that the third row should be counting from the top, I think. I'm fairly certain that should be my takeaway. So this would have to be like this, but then there would be no way for the fourth column to add up to 3 because I would need... No, wait. No, because if I put the 2 over here, then it wouldn't add up to 7 anymore. I couldn't put it up here because then there would be a number larger than 2, and I can't stand that. But, like, this is a knight's move away. The 4 is alone. The problem is that, like, nothing else, like, fits. Because, like, so even if I, like, tried to move the 3 over there so that I didn't upset the bigness clause, I can't put 2 here because 4 stands alone in the left column. I can't put it here. Well, no, I'd have to move this so that these are in night of each other. But, like, can't have anything in the column with 4, can't have anything in the column with 5, can't have anything here because this is supposed to add up to 3 total. So, like, this doesn't work, but also... I'm not sure there's a permutation of this that works without this being the third row. I mean, there must be, but it just doesn't seem like that's true. Is there a way? No, if I move 3 up, then 4 to contribute to making 7 with the other numbers would be bigger than 3. So, like, I could move 3 here to be within L shape of 5, but then even if I mean, this also, like, wouldn't add up to 3. So 5 can't be in the rightmost column because that's presumably the 4th column and thus meant to add up to 5. Or not to 5, to 3. And 5 is too big for that. So, obviously, I couldn't put 5 in the left because 4 is supposed to be alone over there. So what if we did... No, if we put this here and then tried to move 3 here so that's a night shape away. 3 is potentially the total of that row. But then 4 is below 3, and 3 can't stand that. And then also to have, like, 2 numbers go in any combination here, one of them would have to overlap, either making the right column not add up to 3, or be in a column with 5, which isn't supposed to happen. I mean, it really feels like this, like, has to be here so that the right column can add up to 3, and then, like, this would have to be here so that night move, or it could be here for night move. But then, like, I can't ever do anything with these two. Like, it just doesn't do anything. Like, now I have numbers bigger than 1. I think we may be being misled, if I'm honest with you. What about... I mean, again, there's like 2 different solutions. If this were true, that doesn't seem to make much sense. Three and 5 night moves. Some of 3rd row is 7. 4's alone on the left. 5's alone in its stuff. Add up all the numbers in the 4th column. The result is 3. Nah, this still doesn't work even by technicality. Because even if you only count the row immediately below and not all of them, if it's not literally saying greatest to smallest and only each one looks at the row below it, you still couldn't put, like, anything in the top row, like, at all. I mean, I guess you could do... Oh, wait a minute. That is deterministic. Because 1 is... No, but then the 3 and 4 are bigger than 1, so that doesn't work. Numbers in the 3rd row is 7. Number 4 is alone on the far left. Five is within a knight's move. 5 couldn't go up there. This still wouldn't work. Yeah, I didn't think you'd give me a shortcut to stack those. The phrasing on this bad clue. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below it. The numbers? No singular number. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below. I don't know if that means something. This clue is bad. This is a bad clue. I mean, there's no point to pulling the lever if, like, objectively I could just, like, find a fault in the logic, right? Like, if it's just wrong, it doesn't help to actually flip the switch. Now, does that mean all the rows below it or one below it? Don't know. That's been unclear from the start. So 1 through 5 and 5 must be last based on that. Don't agree with that interpretation. And no one row can stand one number that's greater than the numbers plural in the row below it. Which, like, could mean that, like, it is the sum of the numbers in the row below it that's a problem. So, like, just, not that this is a solution, but as an example, like... I don't know, maybe that doesn't actually change anything. No one number. I loathe the way this is phrased. This is so Quern. This is so quintessentially Quern. Can stand a number, no row have a number that is greater than the numbers in the row below it. Wait, then none of the rows can stand. A row can't have a number that's big. A row can't. Just write English. It's tough because I feel like I've done the things that make sense and like I'm at like brain freeze of like what to like look at. I feel like I've tried combinations that make sense and don't feel like I'm like right back at the rock puzzle. It just doesn't seem like there's any world in which anything other than 3 can be in the rightmost column. If that's true, it should be in the third row, whatever that is. I mean, I think it has to be this because we found something that I think was a solution if we do it the other way, and that didn't work. Henry asks, wait, is it the total of the row that can't be higher? This is why it's a bad clue. Because there's no definitive way of knowing that. It's written in a way that makes it just straight up unclear. Which, again, Quern. Hey, Nausea. I couldn't believe more people are playing this. I Quern. I'm both enjoying and really struggling with this game. I feel like this game doesn't present clues very well and likes to have the player engage in mundane rote tasks to complete some of its puzzles rather than focusing on the joy of the puzzle itself. I think I still mostly agree with that the game is good, but it has headache moments. I just feel like it has like a disproportionate amount of headache moments, regrettably. Oh, thank you for the phone, Ozzy. I missed that. And also thank you for gifting a sub, Demolition. None of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row below. So I guess if you do interpret that as like the sum of the row, then 5 would be bottom. So then we would put 5 on the bottom. No, wait. Oh, God, just write a sentence. None of the rows can stand a number that is greater than the numbers in the row below it. So 3 and 4 are not bigger than 5 if it's alone in its row, which it has to be. Didn't I try something remarkably similar to this? I did, but like these rows were flipped. But so like, do I have to invert this? This sentence is so unbelievably difficult to comprehend. In none of the rows can stand a number that's greater than the numbers in the row. Yeah. So 2 can't be top because it's greater than 1. But then... Get bent. Just get bent. Just get bent. Just get bent. Just get bent. What did that even do? Why is this game like this? I solve a puzzle and nothing happens. Like, what? What do you want?
Oh my
This game is ridiculous. It's just like, again, when we set out for this, I'm like, I'm actually pretty good at logic puzzles. And then we spent like 45 minutes doing this. But what I did say, to be clear, is if the information is presented clearly and correctly, I'm good at these. That sentence was so confusing that I read it aloud like 400 times, and I'm still not entirely sure I understand it after solving the puzzle. I just like this is sort of the issue I keep having with this game. But for real though, what did that do?
Oh my
Okay, hold on. I have a theory because nothing else seems to make sense. I'm not confident in this. I have now potentially locked 2 gears into place that weren't in place by solving 2 puzzles in the gear house. Does that unlock the lever on the thing that's connected to the gear house? They could have just used the word total or sum. You can use mathematical words in the English language if you want to convey a mathematical concept. Okay, theory is correct. No idea what I hope to have achieved by doing this. It's very rumbly here. I don't know what that means. Maybe Winnie the Pooh is hungry. I'm honestly not even entirely sure that door will be open when I go back there. Alright, now all the doors are open. So we must have found the treasure in the hidden temple. Got a couple of hitboxes. Surprisingly, these aren't hitboxes. Okay. We've seen these sketches before. I don't think there's new information there. I know what to do with that. To some extent. Alright, none of that is anything. This definitely has something to do with the contraption in the steam engine wheel room. Gonna sketch that, and it's probably not gonna be visible. Taking sketches of text in this game is unfortunately, like, not usually good at all. Alright, so this is a torch holder. What is... Oh. Can I have it? What do you want? What is the thing you want? What goes in that? NA. I want that key. It'll take me into the tower in the middle. I've wanted to go there for a while. Alright, let's jam some torches in here, boss. Was that on before? Hold on. Yes, that was on before. Blue torch. Cool. How about... Okay, no hidden hitboxes up there. Don't really know what to do with the torch generator. This item could be less annoying. Let's go plug the key in the thing, I guess. Wait, is this... That one. Okay, that one doesn't have a hitbox. Only the torch thing has a hitbox. There may be another type of torch. Unclear. Let's go put the key in the flat device, I think. Okay. Answer this question whatever way you want. But I would just like you to be clear as to whether you're talking viewer experience or game itself. How is everyone liking Quern as a stream game? I will admit it may not be the best choice for a stream game, because the way they do puzzles, I find it easily to become mentally overtaxed, and then problem solving starts failing earlier than I think it should, because stupid crap like the way that sentence is written. Cool, all the things came out. This clearly has something to do with these. Something about the order I press the buttons or something. Because, like, these have kind of a similar nature of height difference. Now, the problem is that, like, two of them are same. Actually, wait a minute. Like, medium, small, medium. Oh, I see. Medium, small, medium, big. Is different than the way they're outlined. But, I still don't know if this, like, does anything. I mean, it's still kind of making the same, like, not good bad noise. Quern makes you think hard, and I just got back from the bar. That's fair, Jakey. It's nice that it ends up fostering engagement. You know what? I can't argue that. Like, there are a few things I enjoy more as a streamer who plays puzzle games than to play a puzzle game, become frustrated, and then by the end chat's just as mad at the puzzle as I am. We get a good amount of that. Yeah, I mean, like, I've tried to be clear about this. It's not... I do have some genuine grievances with the way that this game is designed. I'm still not quite willing to say that it is a bad game. I do think that some of the puzzles, and really more than anything, I think the most common denominator is just, like, not conveying to the player in a clear way what your goal is, which is kind of problematic for a thing where you're, like, trying to tinker with a machine whose, like, purpose isn't clear. Like, it's one thing when, like, a sentence in the logic puzzle, like, can read a few different ways and is kind of murky and oddly written. Like, that's one thing. But, like, when you find, like, a situation like this and you're just like, I don't know what the machine does, it can really hamper your ability to, like, start to engage with it, which basically, in my mind, constitutes, like, trying to solve the puzzle in any way. Yeah, I would definitely say it's harder than Myst. And, like, not... A puzzle game being easier or harder than another doesn't make it better or worse, like, intrinsically. But, like, I don't think that the way that this game likes to make its puzzles more difficult is particularly beneficial. Nicholas says, I feel the will to live drained from me while experiencing Quern, but it isn't Raincoat, and that's all that matters. It's true, despite the fact that Raincoat is largely easier to play than Quern, it does make one wish to take a train to the afterlife much more than the average game. So, like, just like another thing is like, okay, we're here. I have some sense of the fact that this key may have powered the machine in a way I couldn't have engaged with it before, and the fact that these things seem to indicate a sequence in which I push the buttons. Now, again, we have a problem that I feel like comes up a lot in Quern, where, like, I don't know where to start counting from, because we don't really put a clear indicator of what is, like, first. So this could mean that I want to do largest, medium, small, medium. Also not great that two of them are the same size. But, like, even more than all that, for some reason there's both, like, a sliding knob and a button component to this, and yet pressing any of them still doesn't feel like it is engaging anything in particular. Like, it doesn't show me any new information or give me a sense of, like, what the device's purpose is. So, what did we get from that room? Just this key and the notion that the last key for the central pillar is in there, but I think I need to solve some kind of torch-related something, because my torches don't activate the only other, like, thing in the room. There is, admittedly, some sort of, like, ratchety kind of thing, but, like, again, it's kind of poorly lit, so it's not clear by looking at it exactly what kind of key I want to fit to that hole. So, like, again, I feel like the problem that I keep coming back to with Quern is, like, it just doesn't communicate information. And it's not that necessarily the puzzles are too difficult. It's just that I think, like, the designers were, like, afraid of giving away too much information and constantly erred on the side of giving you the absolute minimum amount of information so that, like, the average player even... is this something? No, it just looks like something. Like, the average puzzle game player, even one, like, versed in, like, puzzle game stuff, is kind of gonna... I feel like the average player would struggle with knowing how some of these things interact or what the intention of the designers is for, like, the next step. Like, I look at this, and it's kind of darkly lit, and it doesn't have, like, an obvious thing that fits into it, but I do think I'm kind of effectively supposed to unscrew it. But, like, I don't really know what goes in there, because to look at it, I don't know. It looks a little like a shower drain. Demotion says, the story feels like it's in service to the puzzles as a background element, rather than part of the world in which the puzzles reside. I guess that's fair to say. I don't think I strongly agree with that or disagree with that. I assume I'm trying to make this. Still have no idea how to do that. Don't know what goes in here. I mean, I have to say, I really don't like that cave machine. It provides, like, no context for, like, what you're doing or what in any of the functions that you can engage with do or what you could hope that they do. It's just, it's like a lot of just noise in terms of, like, puzzle elements. There must be some additional type of torch, because now we have, like, two different things that can accept a torch that don't react to any of the torches that I have. Alright, so I feel reasonably confident that this is where I'm supposed to be now. They're trying some stuff. Doesn't seem like there's actually anything to do with this hitbox anymore. Oh. No? Maybe there... No. I could just take that back. I don't know what that does. I don't know what that means. Another thing is, like, the fact that you can view this from two different sides also diminishes the apparent communication of information to the player, because now I could look at it this way, but if I happen to look at it from the opposite side, it conveys the inverse information. That's probably fair. Semtotic? Is that correct? That it's harder than the first Myst. I think it's probably harder than some of the later Myst. I don't know if I played... I think I played some of 4. I don't think I played 5. I don't actually remember if there's a 6. Riven is probably harder, but, like, Riven, in my mind, Riven is, like, the worst of the Myst games I've played, and I know that's a hot take, but that is my feeling. And it's kind of for similar reasons to why I have issues with Quern thus far. Is that, like, Riven presents you a really large portion of the world to begin with, and makes it a lot harder to draw context as to what the next thing to do is at any point. Like, I would love it if the buttons glowed or made, like, some kind of chime to tell me that, like, one of them was good now that I put the key in. Like, it feels like this is the next place to be. This doesn't do anything anymore. This is locked. This box is locked. I don't even know what opens it. I assume it has something to do with solving this puzzle. Looking at this gives me, like, no information about what the puzzle is. I understand that looking at this should give me some frame of reference for the order of these things, but there's both a sliding valve and a button that can only be pressed in one. I guess it's a radio button. Only one of these can be pressed at a certain time, but I don't get any feedback from it, and I don't know what my goal is, and without either of those things being true, I just stare at this and I get sad. Also, it's kind of weird that lever is like an input. Okay, so lever is input. It's probably not to solve it, huh? So this is probably a flow puzzle. The type you may have seen in, like, mobile game ads where it's like, which one of these buckets fills up first? So if I pull the lever, it should siphon something into the tallest tank, but it's still not clear what the button or what the slider does. The button could be to, like, let the flow of it out to... Where do these lead? Do the pipes lead someplace that should be obvious to me so that, like, I have some better sense of what the end goal of this is? God, I hate this section of the map. It's got the stupid sand weighing room and the torch tower. I mean, I feel like the answer to that is no. There may be something to glean from it, but whatever it is, it doesn't feel remotely clear. Okay. So... But is that an in or an out? See, like, there... Even if I'm, like, starting to understand how this works, this is noise. The fact that this is, like, attached to this thing, these are already active. I wouldn't expect this puzzle to engage this. It seems like the thing that I must want to do is to, like, channel something into this little cage. This, like, diver's mask thing. So... It's just, like, I still... Even with this amount of context, even if I'm correctly interpreting this stuff, I don't really know what this means. And so then it becomes hard to know what the buttons do. I could just, like, mash random combinations and hope for the best, but, like, I would like to understand what the puzzle is, and I would like it to make sense. Gotta inspect the key a little more closely. Alright. This button. Oh, gross. Oh, man, that's not clear at all to me. When you tell me that, I understand what you're saying. Is that I'm supposed to, like, toggle the bars so, I don't know, presumably they're all either a straight line or that they're, like, flush with the top of the thing. It's like a lockpicking minigame. But, like... Again, I just feel like information in this game is rarely conveyed clearly. When I plug this in without doing anything to the key, it pretty closely resembles the appearance of these tubes. It makes me think it's a clue to that, not a problem in its own right. So one closest to the middle has to go all the way to one side. And the other's one notch. Is there not a notch between these? That feels weird. It's literally 0, 1, 2. Okay. Well, in that case... it doesn't seem to make sense. Because there's 3 different... doesn't feel like the expected result from that either. Hold on. It can go like a billion? I don't even know what I want the key to do. I appreciate that statement, Semtodic, but unfortunately, I feel like I pretty strongly disagree after playing many hours of Quern. Admittedly, I've gotten stuck like several times. I'm not trying to say like I've played Quern to its fullest and I'm a master of it. But so Semtodic says, I get what you're saying. To play devil's advocate, I guess you know something is off if you don't get any feedback from sticking it in. I can't agree with that, the way that like Quern has communicated information in the past. Routinely, I solve puzzles and nothing happens. And again, like, the impression I get is that putting it in gives me a clue, and that the clue should somehow communicate how I make something happen with the tubes in the corner. So, like, nothing about this and the experience I've had playing Quern tells me that something is wrong. We're trying to get the thing to match the pipes. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe. I feel like there's less granularity here than I would expect. So let's say for a second that that is what we wanted, to match the pipes. Then I think we would want this to be like all the way in or something. And then how do the others go? Man, if that's all the way in, it comes out that far, I don't think you could get it to mimic the pipes that way. Well, again, you have the problem where you could look at it like the other direction. Honestly, this is one of the strengths that Myst has with its weird, like, PowerPoint style, like, interface, is that, like, you only ever look at something in the way that they would like you to look at it, which puts a constraint on how information is conveyed to the player. So, like, you would never have this problem in Original Myst. In Original Myst, if you saw, if direction mattered for this at all, you'd look at it from one side, and that's the only side you could ever look at it from. I mean, again, I just sort of have the problem of, like, the game has not clearly conveyed, like, it's now clear to me that it wants me to adjust the key to make something work. Great. Again, don't feel like that's immediately obvious plugging it in. You can certainly argue the point. I'm not saying my viewpoint is the only correct one, but that is my feeling. But now, even with that information, I don't actually know what specific goal it would like for me to accomplish. I could try to get them all low, I could try to get them all high, I could get them to match the pipes. Again, I just find that there's so many permutations of things that, like, it stops being a puzzle and starts being trial and error, like, really rapidly a lot of the time. Okay, we're definitely at, like, fried portion of the stream, because Quern just be like that sometimes. Put everything really far to one side. Then we get this. No, I think we're lockpicking. I think we want a straight line. That feels like it makes more sense than any of these other permutations. So that would mean I would want third one up and first one down? No, that doesn't make any sense, because everything is really far down. Come back in? So then I would want, like, third maximum up, the others one up? Kind of feels right. Maybe. Alright. I don't remember the last time I got a sense of satisfaction for doing anything in this game. By the way, Demolish, thank you for the gift sub. I don't remember if I called that one out. I feel like that happened while I was ranting. Myst is great when it's not a pixel hunt for a hidden path. That is the that is the flip side of the coin to Myst. Is when a path isn't apparent, then you have the type of problem you have in this game. That is entirely fair. Okay, great. Now it looks like a puzzle. Cool. What is it, though? Is it like a... I gotta tell you, even with some more information, like, presumably we're trying to reach the fill line here, right? Is that like the sum total of all? No, it's not. This is probably the overflow the beaker style puzzle? Oh, hang on. This is a torch holder. Oh, good. What? I don't know which of my torches wants to live in this thing. Since I'm not looking for hidden information, I feel like it's not blue. Yeah, orange kind of makes sense. Unless I'm making a white one, but, like, that doesn't feel like that's what this puzzle accomplishes. Okay, just for the sake of argument. Alright, so that is probably a check for when you have the fill line reached and not under or overflowed to do something to whatever torch is in the cage. Still, like, 0% sure how to move something. Sure seems like these buttons should do something, huh? Alright, let's just mess around for the sake of argument. Right. So... doesn't feel like lever does anything to just, like, activate what I'm pointing at, which I didn't think it would, but, like, looking at this doesn't seem obvious to me at all. Like, what? There's no, like, button on the lever. There's buttons and there's levers. In the twain, they shall only meet when the lever points at a button. I don't understand to a degree that's almost alarming to me. I don't think taking the key out helps at all now. Just turns the puzzle off. See, like, again, there will never be a point where we're not making comparisons to Myst. This game is, like, clearly trying to evoke Myst, so it's gonna invite comparison. I feel like in a typical Myst puzzle, I definitely think there's outliers to this, but I feel like in a typical Myst machine puzzle, if a button doesn't do anything, it will normally be clear to you that either, like, the whole machine isn't ready for you to do a thing yet, or it will give you some kind of input as to what should be happening and isn't, to point you in the direction of, like, how you should interpret it. It's not always immediately clear, and there's definitely exceptions to that. But, like, I push these buttons, it doesn't immediately do anything. I move this lever, it doesn't immediately do anything. The interaction between the two, not immediately clear to me what it is. This lever? Man. Ow. So button opens valve, arrow indicates where to move, lever moves it. Woof, arf, bark, meow. Just, like, truly the only way to know that is to mash buttons. I'm not a huge fan. So this goes here. No, you know what? Is that right? Okay. So I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then that. Yeah, the far left and far right do have the same number of doodads in them. So if I... I feel like I want to overflow that? That just leaves me with 4. It really doesn't do much. Obviously, the same thing would happen in reverse if I did that. So, move this here. Open this valve. So that gives me a 5. 2, 3, 5. So I would need another... Alright, so I think move this 5 here. Then... There's really no way to change that, huh? I guess I could... Oh, that's kind of something, right? I could move these 4 to this one. And then... move... overflow to left? No, that doesn't do anything. It leaves me back to 4. If I do this, then I end up with 1, 2, 3, Well, that's kind of just back where I started, huh? I don't know what happens if I fully overflow the target too. Reminds me of the puzzle at Die Hard 3 where they gotta measure out 4 gallons of water using only 3 and 5 gallon jugs. Yeah, that's definitely what we're doing. It's like a relatively common puzzle archetype. I'm a little thrown by the fact that I have 2 equivalent ones. It makes this like weird. Also the fact that it doesn't just like have straight numbers written on it, just like makes it just like creates more mental tax for trying to like do it live. So I can plug. I need to find a way to get like 1. No, I kind of need to find a way to get 2. All right, so nah, it's just like everything is like too neat almost. Like I can't get fractions because everything just keeps lining up in the same way. Open this, just pour it all in. Okay, so it will just stop and it won't like break or reset the puzzle. So then move this to like, no, move this to arrow. So if I put this in there, then I have 4, and that sounds awful. I don't want 4. So then I move this to here. What does that leave me with? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 5. This doesn't work. Oh, but it does. Hang on. Yeah, I have 5. Open this, move to here. Pull. That generates 1. Move to here, open this. Now move to 4, open valve. Pull, generates a second 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't do anything, does it? Generated a disparity of 2. But I don't think you can do that again. It doesn't solve anything, right? So if I, like, move everything... No, hold on. Oh, that would just give me 1 again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Made 1 twice. Shouldn't that have I did something weird here. I think I gotta start over. Generating 1 twice should solve the puzzle, ostensibly. That's not correct. I don't know, man. Move this to there. And then... guess move this to there. Move this to there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's at 8. It's gonna hard start over. Oh, right, wrong. Didn't button. Not button. So everything goes there. I have 1. The total of this column is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 and I want 10. Right, okay. These other ones are 6, 8. So if I put the 12 there. Move this to an 8. Gives me 3. So then I need 7. So I can move 4 to here. And then have 5. How do I separate that out again? Like... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Yeah, I need to get like another 1. Or... No. No, if I make 6 and then... force it... That can't do anything, right? I'm not really that far along. If we move that to there, and then move the 4 out of the way, and then... What are our options here? We can make a 2 by pushing this to the small one. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just generate a 1. So I got 2 4s, which make 11 with the 3 that's already banked. Oh, but... Wait, is that right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Yeah, I think this is right. If I move the 3 that I already have into the 4, and then dump everything else into the 1, that's the target number, right? Oh, God bless America. Again with this, Quern? Now you want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I think 6 is easier, right? Quern can never do a puzzle 1 time. It hates the number 1. 5. So I would need to... 8. Nope. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Do this. Move to target pillar. Move to side pillar. Move to small pillar. kind of going by vibe. It's late enough, I'm struggling to think through this, and it's not like it's been a particularly good puzzle-solving day for Vasco. So if we do this, then it's... 4? It's just 4? It's just always 4? All the numbers are 4? I mean, that does track, but really? They're all just 4? They're all 4. You know, what I expected. They're all 4. All of them are 4? I mean, is it a similar, like, inverse thing? Yeah, move all those to the left one. Move you to the right one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 4. Just makes 4 again. All the numbers are 4. Is this a different number of things? This is hurting my brain. Time to go again. I think time to go again is my absolute least favorite thing about Quern. Oh my god, wait, that burned this thing out, which means there's 2 more? Ah, farts. Everything is just 4. I kind of hate that everything is just 4. Okay, so hang on. How many do we actually have? 5, 6, 8, 10, 13. I think 13 is a different total number. I think that is, like, subconsciously screwing me up. 13. I need to remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Either need to, like, separate out, like, 3 twice? Separate out a 3 and a 4. That's a lot easier to do. I get a 3, though. So, currently we've got 5 here, which means the others are 8. Which means we would put 5 here and have 3 there. Okay. That's something. So... I think I want these 3 here. Is there a way? 3, 6, 9. And it just like fills up a whole thing. I guess the only thing that makes any sense to do. Right, didn't press the button. 2, 3, 6. Ah, crap. I've done that differently. I might be in the clear. Siphon right into small. Gives me a 2. I needed that 1. I don't know where the 1 came from originally. I don't think I can do this way. I think I have to reset it. Find them in the... Oh. Oh, you're right. Oh, God, I'm hearthstoning. So if I... Need 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I'm clearing the board when I could go face. I'm hearthstoning. So if I move the 2 to the 4 and clear the 3 from the target, then we're out. Great. And then, of course, do it again. Quern. You could call it Undying Thoughts. I prefer do it again. Alright, now we want... Oh, Lord. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is 11. Okay. And the total number we have is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... No, it's 13. Okay, so I need to separate out 2... Because like, there's really only one way to start with that. So I can move my good buddy 4 over to the other 4. Right. 5. So I can... Make a 1. And then I mean, put it in target pipe. And then I can generate some weird number doing this. So that's... It's 12. You have to, like, separate another 1 somehow? How would I do this? If I... No. No. Move the 1 out of here. Move the 3 to target. And then just make 2 4s, right? Or, yeah. It's like deceptively easy, because I feel burnt or dead. Show me potato salad. I was not under the impression that Crystal worked this way, but I accept. Okay. Oh, that's the lid of the thing that just came up. Fair enough. Fair play. The first thing I want to do with this is move the bridge. I have to assume this finally works. I feel like that is more useful than doing the other place first. Oh, good, the swamp isles! The swamp isles. We got some gears. We got some box. We got some tea. Got a spring I can't have. Do this 10 more times, then talk to Gus. Yeah, Quern. I mean, really, you could call it Quern Undying Thoughts, but it's really Quern. Now do it again, a-hole! So, is this the Dick Tower? The one that requires the Dick keys? I mean, I suppose I should sketch this, but sketches of, like... Well, sketches of drawings can be okay. Sketches of text, like, never work. And then... Ooh. I got... blue flashlight, which is confusing, because I already have a blue torch. Wait a minute, I've seen something like this. Didn't look like it had any, like, meaningful... Oh, hang on. Do I have to learn Morse code to get out of this place? Uh-oh. Is that a letter? No, it's just, like, weird shadows. Yeah, I mean, like, I definitely... I don't, like, strongly disagree with your assertion, Demolition, about the washed-out color palette. I really think the problem more than that is typically the lighting. Because, like, if we just had, like... you know what it is? It's actually the same problem that movies have nowadays, which is that, like, for whatever reason, it became this trend that when we, like, shoot a scene that is meant to be in a dark location, that we shoot it with, like, basically no light source, so you can't, as a viewer watching the film, see what the crap is going on. Whereas for, like, decades before that, you would just shoot it in a way that just implies it's darker than daytime. It's the same concept of, like, yeah, it's not a bright sunny world, Quern, it's overcast all the time and whatever, but, like, just, like, make some faux light sources so that it's clear what things you can interact with, etc., etc. I think it would go a long way. I don't know that it would solve all the issues I've had, and certainly many of these are failures to understand things, but I really think that, like, the developers make decisions that, like, certainly other people might get them, but, like, for me, I'm just like, I have no expectation of getting there. Even when I solve the thing, I'm like, I don't know how you want me to get there from here. Okay. A little worried about that. For a sunny day, it'd be much better. I mean, it'd help. Now, this is weird because I've had to work really hard to earn lots of things in this game. Arguably too hard. That just kind of happened. Nah, it feels like that should have been motive. Oh, I get it. I can get the torch now. I still sort of feel like I probably should have done something to do that. I'm not sure what exactly that conveys. Something about the angle? So yeah, I gotta get the torch back and then go the long way around. Oh. Don't most things require constant torch? Maybe not all. Most, though, right? If I cross this bridge, does it randomly sync?
Look around you.
Look around.
This is the gift the last one who called himself an explorer left behind.
I did have questions about the sunken,
Seeking
like,
power,
ribbon house.
He defiled these once sacred grounds. And I couldn't stop him. I'll carry this burden forever.
That sounds ever so slightly like Kate Walker. Everyone's favorite player character from the Siberia series. I don't think it's her. It sounds a little like her. You know, that's actually a great point, Demolition. And I want to re-emphasize that because it's the type of thing that I struggle with, being raised Catholic and just inflicting an incredible amount of guilt on myself for no reason. If she was unable to stop him, then she should not bear a burden of guilt. She can regret that it happened, but if she couldn't have done anything different, what is the point of the guilt? It serves no function. Not that guilt often serves a function. And not a lot changed. Just sort of talk to her, that door is closed. I guess it's time to put the coconut lamp in the lime holder. And hope for the beast. Ah, farts. That's not what I was expecting. What do I do with this information? I understand broadly what's being conveyed here. Although... I mean, do I just put... Is this even interactable? Again, I find myself in a circumstance where, like, I get that these are the symbols that appear when you put the battery canister things in the printing press, but, like, I don't actually know what I should do with that knowledge. Because you just showed me symbols. Oh, weird, though. Some of these be glowing, and some of these be don't glowing. So... then... God, the problem is it's, like, really hard to figure out... Okay, I have a thought. I think this is, like, the last one we got. Is it not fifth in sequence? Okay, so, like, Pac-Man down third. Double back X last. Yeah, these other ones that appear to maybe be in the correct place are the ones that are hardest to find. Pac-Man down Y-ish, X-ish. There is, like, this sort of situation. Does this tell me something that is not conveyed over there? It does feel like it is suggesting a different order. But I don't know to what end. My guess is that this has to do with the placement of the batteries on the train thing, which previously had felt arbitrary, which seemed odd at the time. Might need to get another item or use the new flashlight. That's true. The flashlight feels like it could be related to that weird diagram, which would make me think I'd have to get into the tower. But to be clear, I don't really know what to do with the stupid thing. Okay, so, like, give me this. Pac-Man down. But Pac-Man down should be third. So then, what was being displayed on those panels was a reflection of what was there, not what should be there. So the chalkboard, maybe, is the thing that should be there. So the leftmost are less than 90-degree angle. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So Pac-Man facing down should be last. And Y and Z are correct. So I should... yeah. Alright, this will be a little tricky. Because you can't place them on what pedestal you want. You can only do them in order, I think. You can pick them up in whatever order you want. So Y is diamond. X is pill. Downward facing Pac-Man is straight line. So... Y, X, Pac-Man. Y, X, Pac-Man. So now maybe there's stairs in that room? Yeah, I feel very strongly about... my mom in chat says that she agrees with my opinion about how things are shot for night in movies now. Oh, that's disappointing. Wait. Why and X and Y got flipped? How did that happen? How did that happen? And Pac-Man is... What on the face of the gosh darn blasted Quern? What are you talking about? How is this the result of the action I just took? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Alright, fine. You're drunk. I understand. I want... I mean, the only thing I can gather from this is that these are not laid out in a logical fashion of, like, left to right in a similar fashion from the other house. So... This is last. This is second? Angles Z, Y, X, Pac-Man. Barf run. Give all of them to me. Spite activate. This is downward facing Pac-Man. It should be last. This is Y. This is X. What? Oh, it's doing that thing where it's like repositioning garbage in my inventory, making this more difficult for me to parse. Barf, 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 barf. Repeating the word barf. This is Z, sort of. And that, where on God's green earth is angles? Give me angles. Straight line can't be angles. Is this thing angles? Angles. This is first, I think. I mean, I don't think so, but I'm just, I need it, I need to do this to rule this out, because I don't understand what's that. You're last. I hate you. Think this is second? Oh wait, I have a sketch of this, right? I think. This is not where the sketches live. Angles. I think that's the one I just put in there. And then Y. So that would be third. And then Pac-Man is last, which I think is first in my inventory. Is this right? Should be right, I think. Well, again, I actually am convinced that this isn't correct because I feel like this is what I put in before, and then it gave me, like, the most baffling output I could conceive of. So I'm just making sure that they're all in the alignment that I think they should be in, and then when I go back there, I get information? Downward-facing Pac-Man is a position for advanced practitioners. I'm not even sure I recommend it for them, to be honest with you. I hate it here. What are you talking about? How is this... How is, like, the second one from the right the first position in the locking mechanism? How? What world? In what world? Oh, cripes, God. Rumble, blast, frazza, peas and carrots. Just... So this is one. They're like, it's not even offset. It's just like randomly transposed. Like, I want the symbols in this room to be in this order, but like the placement on the pillar is so confusing. Okay, fine. Fine. So they display in the order. Five Z. Two. Three. 1, 4. And the order angles C, Y, X, even though it's also a Y, shut up about it. Okay. So we transpose this cipher, then the order we should place them on the pedestals is Pac-Man, Z, Y, angles, X. Yeah. Great. Those words have meaning in the sequence in which I arrange them. Don't worry about it. It's a way I could have picked those up to keep track of them, but brain's not working, buddy. So that's the one I want, right? Pac-Man. Put her down. Now I want Z. Let's see. That's angles. That's Y. I don't like the way it auto-manages that inventory. Whatever that's doing is so deeply unintuitive to me. It's just like, it makes it more confusing every single time, without fail. Z. Okay, now I need Y. Great. And now I need angles. I don't want to hear any questions about these angles. It's the other one. Honestly, you know what? Just to make this slightly less confusing. Angles. Z. Ocean says, consider dropping out of Marvel Strike Force, the game my sister's working on now. What happened here? Wait, what actually happened here? How is it possible that that could not have opened the staircase or whatever? Alright, I'm gonna do chat first. Feeling really grindy without sense of progress. Yeah, well, I mean, that's entirely fair. I mean, for one, it is a free-to-play game, and the grind is a feature to try and get you to do, like, things like time heist to get ahead, or to, like, you know, spend money on cores and buy deals or whatever. Yeah. I mean, just some of the rumblings I see in the general chat there are sort of like, oh man, if you think, like, 50 to 55 is bad, wait till you get to 90, which I believe. Alright, what on God's green earth happened here? How is Angles last? So I put them in the order of Pac-Man ZY Angles X. Now they're displaying in X first? No, wait. No, that's not right. I don't understand. I need to go back. Night, anime. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you've enjoyed this. God, I really just wanted to open the stairs and end the stream and, like, not end a stream at, like, 11 on a Saturday again. But somehow it's the most confusing thing in the world. Just help me out here. Pac-Man is first. It was displaying 5 as the first one. Originally, I had Pac-Man as 5 because it's the last one in order on the sheet of paper. What is going on? What is going on? What's a little frustrating... Well, actually, let's check this to be sure. What's a little frustrating about this is it seems like there would be no way to just, like, put one in the reader and then go back and check, because it should close the door. It does. Because all of them have to be in place to provide enough battery energy to open the gear door because of the way the mechanism works. But it just makes it all the more annoying that there's some, like, trial and error involved in understanding what this display sequence is. But I don't understand. That's Pac-Man. That one is Pac-Man. I put Pac-Man in the first slot. The last time I did this... the thing that was in that slot... No, wait. Maybe I'm just being dumb. Yeah. I think I just legitimately just did this wrong. I think this one is me. Like, this... I find this inane. It's a fine puzzle. It's just like another thing where I feel like it's like testing me on something that's like not really a puzzle. It's just tedious. Like, they literally just like shuffled the way the things display. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to put it that's like a fair description of it, but like to me it just feels like you do that to be annoying. Like, it's not like even really a puzzle. It's just it's just like an intercedence. It's like a thing that stops you from progressing, which you can argue is the purpose of the puzzle, but like, I don't think there's like a there's not like a system. I don't know how to put it. So I need... Z and Y are correct. 2 and 3. They were already 2 and 3. So the fourth... No, this is right. The fourth one should be angles. Pac-Man is first, and it's displaying... Second display. So second time it's displaying 3. No, that's... Fine. That's... So it's displaying 5 first. Yeah, I think I did mess something up here. Let me just like actually go do it over. As loath as I am to do it. Like, I guess the way to put it is, like, I was sort of hoping, like, Myst has a lot of system-based puzzles, where the puzzle is almost like a mini-game to, like, figure out what the function of the parts are to, like, make a machine work to do a cool thing that you enjoy watching. This game is a lot more about retaining, like, a lot of information simultaneously, but then, like, also, like, applying some translation to it, making it harder to retain all that information mentally without, like, an additional resource. Which is, like, arguably fine to some extent, but, like, it's just... I don't know that I know another way to put it, that it's not fun to do that. Like, a lot, like, in small quantities, it's kind of cool. So if I want that last... It should go first, right? Isn't that what this means? I don't know what the crap this thing is for. Okay, let's try this. Current output. So current is Pac-Man. See, I think this is just gonna match my notes. I don't think there was an error in placement. I think if anything there was an error in interpretation of my own notes. Why? This would be angles? This is angles. So yeah. Then current matches the notes of what I put in. Save some data entry. But current output is X, Z, Y, Pac-Man angles. Which means that 4 is displaying at 5. 5 is displaying first. Okay, let's do this way. The thing that I want to display first is angles. The thing that is displaying first is X. The current placement of X is last. So I need to put angles last. The thing I want to display for is X. The thing that is currently placing fourth is Pac-Man. Pac-Man's current position is 1. So I want Pac-Man and 4. 4 is first, but I want X. So X should go in position 1. This is so annoying to keep track of. I think that makes sense. No, the thing that I want to display for is X. The thing that is displaying in 4 is Pac-Man. Pac-Man is first. Yeah, okay. So the thing that I want to display third is Y. The thing that is displaying third is Y. Y can stay in its current position. Y's current position is 3. I believe the same is true for Z, right? Yeah, Z is cool in its position, which is 2. And then that leaves Pac-Man in 4th. I think this is genuinely my error. And it's probably just me being burnt out from the other stuff that I genuinely think is a lot less me. But, like, also, it's just... I don't know. Just give me all of them. Well, I don't know. I guess Z and Y are fine. So they can just stay in position. Like, that's a shortcut, sort of. So I want... I don't know which one of you idiots is X. Is it you? Nah, you're angles. Is it you? God bless America. So that is... I think it's now the top one. I think it's the way the inventory manages itself without my consent. Yeah. That's X. That should be first. And then angles is last. Good. This is next. Please give me stairs. I think the doors are about the same distance away. It's very bright in there. Oh, no, it didn't make stairs. It made a button. Does the button open the box? The button makes stairs. Alright, I guess that's fair. Yeah, that one's fully on me. I definitely, I think just like noted something in a way that I then couldn't correctly interpret on the way back. And then set it up and got more confused. I don't know. There's something about this I just don't like it. I think it might just boil down to I don't like it. I think part of it is simply the backtrackification and the fact that I can't easily, like, manipulate the things in sequence. Like, if I could, like, shift them around, like, at will, it wouldn't be as annoying. If I could leave one in the reader machine and come back in here and check them, it would help a little bit. It's just, like, the only real way to proceed is to, like, do everything all at once, which makes it, like, harder to manage. And as I stated earlier in the stream, I think Quern is a game that, at least for me, works a lot better in smaller doses because its puzzles tend to be, like, gruelingly overthought in a way. So, like, they just burn me out, like, way faster than, like, almost any other puzzle game because they just want you to, like, store a bunch of information all at once, do, like, everything mentally, or, like, have, like, a notepad by your side to do every single puzzle and, like, reiterate puzzles, like, multiple times. It's not like it's necessarily bad. For various reasons, I'm not, like, a big fan of the puzzle style. I mean, that really, like, really messed me up. Like, I can't... It was, like, a similar magnitude of effect, I think. Like, I think the surprise, like, 14-step Simon Says messed me up, like, 85% as bad as the music puzzle did. But, like, all at once. It just, like, hit me so, like a truck. Like a truck driven by a 12-year-old girl. Like, I don't know. It was just sort of like, it's like beep boop, beep boop, beep boop boop beep, beep boop boop beep, beep boop beep beep boop beep boop beep, and I'm like, whoa, hey, hold on. Mentally, I was not prepared for that. Yeah, I don't know. The pot thing, I think my grievance with the pot thing is a personal issue, but, like, it's kind of related to some of the issues I've had with Quern, where, like, I feel like if you're gonna put, like, a red herring puzzle component in, then I feel like one of two things should be true. Either all of those components should be found in the same spot, so that you just go to a table and there's, like, 6 pots and 5 notes, and you're like, well, that's the wrong number, so I'm gonna have to eliminate something, right? Like, if all that information is presented at one time, it is itself additional information. Or, like, there should be some way in which it's clear that, like, one, like, I know it sort of detracts from the idea of one of them being a red herring, but, like, in order for the puzzle to not just be, like, a screw you to the player, I think you, like, the other alternative is to, like, have it be clear that one of them doesn't belong. Like, 4 of them are, like, wind blowing on a pipe, and the last one's, like, bagpipes or something. You're like, well, that's different. And so, like, then, you know, you sort of get a red herring moment if you put them all on there, and you're like, all right, note, what the heck was that? And then you're like, well, clearly that's not part of the same puzzle. And then you go looking for the last piece, and that's your, like, little complication. It's not the whole crux of the puzzle, but, like, it's like a little screw you that doesn't derail your whole progress of trying to do the puzzle. I don't know. Like, some amount of this is certainly, like, puzzle design philosophy, and I have reasonably strong opinions on these things. But, like, to me, there's, like, an undercurrent throughout Quern that, like, the game hates you and resents you for solving puzzles. And if it comes up with a cool idea, it's going to belabor the point until it stops being fun almost necessarily. And, you know, even that is a matter of interpretation. Some people may enjoy the now do it again, or now do it again but upside down and backwards. To me, that stops being about the puzzle and starts being about tedium. And like, to some extent, I think that goes hand in hand with my sort of... I'm not exactly sure where the line is, because, like, Myst is a game that often encourages you to keep notes. And I've never had a problem with that. And certainly I think some amount of it is, like, trying to do it on the live stream. Like, you know, I keep notes on my, like, stupid on-computer notepad, but, like, when the symbols, like, stop being things I can represent with text on my own keyboard, like... it's rough to try and do that live while, like, chatting with people and, like, trying to be interesting. And that's not necessarily, like, a fault of the design, but, like, I do feel like there is some granularity of distinction where, like, Myst encourages you to keep notes. Quern kind of demands that you keep notes. Like, some of this stuff is just so hard to keep in your head. And even, like, this last puzzle demonstrates that, like, even... when I'm keeping notes, like, it's you can just get a little scrambled. And then with the back and forth going all over the island, it's just like, when you're stuck doing that over and over for a lot of the puzzles, it takes some of the enjoyment I would expect to feel out of solving them out of them. Plus, you know, and again, this is highly personal, but there have been a reasonable number, I think, of puzzles where I struggle with the puzzle, and regardless of the quality of the puzzle itself, I complete the puzzle, and then nothing happens. There's no immediate progress. And it's like, if... It's a narrative game gated by puzzles. When you solve the puzzle, I strongly feel that progress should be accessible. It's not that you should necessarily suddenly warp to the next thing or immediately be granted a cutscene, but, like, it should cause the mechanism to work right away, or it highlights something that is the mechanism to work. Like, if a weird sound happens and a button glows, that feels like progress. When you solve the Simon puzzle and you hear a click and nothing happens, you could go wander around the island to figure out what the click does. Or you could open the gate in front of you and there's a gear and it's in a little shadowy box that's hard to tell what's going on in there. And then you put an item from your inventory in it, and even then, nothing happens. Definitely put it on hard mode, streaming it live first play. I mean, I do a lot of, like, blind puzzle... Like, the problem is that, like, I like playing puzzle games, and they're, like, a sort of thing that I enjoy streaming, even though the process can be very frustrating. But, like, there's not, like, a ton of point in playing a puzzle game like Not for the first time. Like, certain games have replayability to them, and there's stuff like the Sam & Max games, which I haven't played in, like, over a decade. And so, like, ultimately, a lot of those puzzles are still kind of like me solving them for the first time. It's not exactly the same, but, like, enough is not remembered that it's functionally quite similar. But, like, I don't know. I have such complicated feelings about Quern. Because I genuinely... And you know I love to say that I hate games. It's like the reason I stream, it would seem. But, like, I genuinely don't think I hate Quern. I just think it's too frustrating. I just think it really hates conveying... Like I said this earlier in the stream, that, like, a puzzle game being easier or harder than another game doesn't make it better or worse. And that applies in all the permutations. I think that this game is built on a foundation that believes that a puzzle must be difficult to have value. I genuinely feel like, for me at least, the entertainment value of the game could be increased by just, like, lightening up a little bit. Not all the time, but, like, a good amount of the time compared to where it's at now in release form. Like, not every puzzle needs to be the final boss of puzzles. Not every puzzle needs to be repeated multiple times. Sometimes if a puzzle is tricky and you do it once, you get a prize, you know? Like, and again, I can't say that that's like, they definitely should do this. It's all a matter of like puzzle making philosophy. But to me, I strongly feel like you definitely don't need all the puzzles to be as hard as humanly possible. It's one of those nice to watch, not to play, or nice to play, but not with watchers. I think both of those are fair. I genuinely think I'd probably enjoy the game more not streaming it live. I will say I don't think it would be night and day. I think there's enough issues here just with mainly with the way they convey information to the player that, like, I think I'd still get hung up on the juice machine from the last stream. I think I absolutely get hung up on, like, boiling the crystal goo before putting it into the dump machine. Like, there's just, like, things in the game that, for my money, they make sense in hindsight, but, like, they don't intrinsically make sense. They're exactly the sort of things that I feel like the Myst games would, like, hide a random book somewhere in the world with, like, a couple of pages that, like, illustrate you boil the crystal and then you dump it out of the mold. And, like, you don't necessarily need to find that book in order to solve the puzzle, but the book exists in the world so that there is so that that information can be conveyed because it's not obvious. I mean, I think I'm still streaming this next week. Like, my feelings about this game are so complicated. Like, it's not, like, even Raincoat I hated, like, so much. I definitely don't hate this game like Raincoat, but, like, I just, like, almost everything in it, I just feel like I would do differently. And, like, I don't know. I think maybe I'm too close to the subject matter of puzzle game to really appreciate this game on the strength of its own merits. But I do genuinely think there's things that are objectively kind of problematic about it. I mean, we've struggled with a few games before of, like, is it fine for my mental health to keep playing it when we're invested in completing the story? I don't think we're, like, remotely close to, like, the end of Raincoat, where it was like, I absolutely felt obligated to do it, not, like, by people watching the stream, but, like, because we had spent, like, 400 million hours playing the game that ended up being so stupid. It's like, I can't, like, stop, like, 9 hours from the end of the game. It's absolutely sunk cost fallacy, but, like, it would be so stupid to do that. And, like, it's kind of a similar thing here, but it's, like, not remotely as frustrating. It's not remotely as much time sunk into it. It's just, it's exactly the type of thing where, like, I think my frustration with individual elements of this game is magnified because I care enough about the game that I want it to be good. The frustrations with Raincoat were magnified by the fact that it was just so frustrating. It was just magnified by itself. It was a feedback loop. The more you played the game, the worse the story got. So the further you played into it, the stupider you got as a human being. Like, it was objectively worse to get further into that game. Quern is, like, so close to a thing that I would feel great about and great about recommending to other people and, like, pointing to as, like, an example of, like, great genre gameplay. But, and the but is just all the things that I've said, like, 1,000 times. I know I'm a little broken record. I know that I have, like, a human flaw of, like, wanting to justify my unpopular take and talking it out perhaps excessively to try and reach a point where I feel justified in doing so, but, like, I don't know. I think a lot of this speaks for itself, and I should just let it go. We'll give it another shot. I mean, at the very least, we gotta find out what's at the top of the stairs. But I don't want to go to, like, 11:30. It's already a little later than I want it to be. thanks, everyone. I know a bunch of you have gone to bed, and I completely understand that. I am glad that people have joined and mostly enjoyed it. I understand that it can be frustrating to see me be frustrated at the game, but I also understand that for some people, that's entertaining. So I'm doing my best here. I hope you're enjoying it. Can't close out the stream until you all find some Squirtles. So, like, they're out here. You indicate where you think one's hiding. I got all these stuffed animals. There's some Squirtles out there. We also have our new Benjamin Fox, who I showed off yesterday. And here's a new little guy I got at the grocery store today. It's a waffle. And it's wearing strawberries and cream as a hat. But while you consider that, again, thank you for watching. Yeah, I hope everyone has a good week. I know a lot of people close to me are having a really rough time right now. I know some people, my sister included, believe that, like, movements of stars create those sort of movements of, like, lots of people experiencing bad. I don't know if that's the case. I hope you are spared of it to whatever degree is possible for you. I got a Carlos guess. Yeah, my sister is streaming tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time, and it'll be, I presume it'll be standard puppet talk show from 10 to 10:30 a.m. And then I think we're finishing Chants of Sonar tomorrow. We got pretty far last time. Mercury's out of retro. Wait, how long has Mercury been in retrograde? That might answer some questions. All right, we got some Carlos guesses. We got Pikachu. We got some suspicions about some orange folks. Let's see. We got Pikachu. Behind Pikachu, not a Squirtle, but another one of our lovely fox friends. We have many foxes on the couch to celebrate the introduction of Benjamin Fox from Little Misfortunes. We got Carlos guess. Carlos is on top of our very large Togepi, which means nothing but Togepi under him. Behind him is this fresh new Narwhal my mom got as a souvenir of her recent vacation cruise with my sister. And I should have said suspicions of Tiny Tigger. He was hanging out with Sanic the Hedgehog. And I don't actually think Benjamin's hiding anything under him. Nah, it's Cow. There's just Cow there. I do want to show this guy off. This is the waffle I mentioned. This is so good. He's got syrup on him. He's got strawberry for a hat. He's just a delight. Let's show off some Squirtles. We had one Squirtle hiding under King George Crab. And I don't know what to do. This is probably gonna collapse, but if you look behind this pillow, two Squirtles holding up crabs. Unfortunately, I fooled you. The consensus was the only crab that wasn't hiding a Squirtle. Anyway, that's going to do it for tonight. If you're looking forward to more Quern and intermittent suffering, I'll be back here next week. Same time, 6 p.m. Pacific for Quern. Go up those stairs, go running up that hill, etc. I have, honest to God, no idea how much this game is left. Could be like 10 minutes, could be like 48 hours. Next Friday, I think, oh gosh, I don't actually remember the specific name of it. There's this cool, like, stop motion animated game that, like, is all sci-fi. There's like a submarine base on an alien planet. Looks cool as heck. I think that's gonna be the thing, as long as I can get that to run on my computer. Yeah, Harold Halibut. I can't guarantee that my computer will run it super cool. But I'm going to give it a shot, and if it works, I think that's likely the pick. Otherwise, I'm going to have to improvise like jazz. Regardless, thanks again for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. Until I do, take care of yourselves. And remember that you are Colossum. Awesome. There'll be 5 to 6 streams left minimum. That sounds insane. That sounds like an unhinged estimate. Although at the same time, I probably get through like a paragraph of any given walkthrough in an entire stream. Night, everyone.